A very good morning to all our viewers. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. The match coming up, South Africa versus Canada from Maitland Crescent, CCC Grounds. It's a glorious day here in Colombo. The sun streaming down, and the South African as well as the Canadian teams out there in front of the pavilion now, getting ready for the opening ceremony. And well, the conditions look absolutely brilliant for a beautiful days of cricket, and both teams raring to go.
A very good morning to our viewers as well. It's the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. South Africa Over-50s taking on Canada Over-50s at CCC Grounds, Colombo. Whether you are watching from the stands or from the comfort of your home, we invite you to enjoy the every moment of this blockbuster as we witness the battle between Over-50s. The weather today is absolutely perfect for cricket. Bright and sunny and no clouds inside. The temperature is comfortable. It's 29 Celsius here, creating ideal playing conditions for both the teams.
Well, you're certainly right. Mixed fortunes for the South Africans. They have been playing extremely good cricket, but everything has not been going their way. Well, the Canadians also, and they're also trying to find their feet here, get acclimatized to the conditions. They've been playing a number of matches here, enjoying the cricket, and more importantly, all these stalwarts of the game from each of the countries. 14 teams have come to Sri Lanka, this fourth edition of the IMC Over-50s World Cup, which all began in 2017, and then now it has become a regular feature with many countries taking part. And I said earlier, 14 teams divided into two groups, and the 14 teams consisting South Africa, India, Australia, England, West Indies, Sri Lanka, UAE, New Zealand, Canada, Namibia, Wales, Pakistan, Zimbabwe and the USA.
Exactly, correctly said. It was action-packed World Cup here since it started on 9th February and continuing. So 14 teams battling each other to bring the trophy home. And today will be action-packed match here at CCC, Canada versus South Africa. The players are lined up for their national anthems.
Well, you're certainly right. The South Africans are dressed in their usual garb, green and yellow. And then also we have the Canadian team dressed in black and looking very smart indeed. A quick look at the pitch, and we go into the center and see how it is, the playing conditions, the surface, and we'll give you a report from the middle, courtesy Rajiv Virasinghe.
It's yet another game here at the CCC Grounds, this time in the IMC 50 Over World Cup. It is South Africa taking on Canada in a Group B game. We'll take a look on what's on offer today's surface here at the CCC Grounds. Well, it looks very dry. It's very brownish. There's nothing really. There's no green grass on the surface at all. And it looks a track that definitely will be not the easiest to bet on. I won't be surprised that the team that wins the toss bats first, puts runs on the board, and then get their spinners into the game.
Well, a slight change. It was Ricky Sims with the pitch report from the middle. Well, his analysis, he said it will be a little difficult to bet on, but then he also said the team winning the toss might elect to bat first. Well, there is a little bit of moisture on the top surface of the wicket, no doubt about it. But as the day goes on with the sun beating down, it have been very hot, humid conditions here in Colombo. No doubt the wicket will ease up and the playing strip certainly will be a batting paradise.
Exactly. Certainly, it's the first few sessions are the most important because fast bowlers getting that movement in and out the pitch, so the batter should be really careful when batting in the power play. I mean, in the 15 overs, at least 10 overs, they have to be protected here from fast bowlers. The two openers have a pretty clear job out in the middle by opening the innings. Right, we've got Rajiv Virasinghe down there at the center with the most important coin toss for this encounter.
Good morning, all. It's time for the toss, the game between South Africa Over-50s and the Canadian Over-50s. So I have with me the two skippers and the two officials standing in the middle today. So Brian Rajadure is the skipper for the Canadian Over-50s, and South Africa Over-50s captained by Mario Solomons, and the two officials today, Ranjit Vishwakula and Jeff Charlesworth from Australia. So Mario, you can spin the coin. Heads is the call, and it's a heads. So, Brian, you win the toss. So what are you going to do?
I'm very undecided on this wicket. I'm not too sure, because this is the wicket that's been played yesterday. It's, I think it looks seems a lot of cracks, and it doesn't look that even. So, I think we decided to bat first. Yeah.
Okay, Brian. Yesterday there was a game in the same use wicket. So, what sort of a total that you're going to post for the South African Over-50s?
I think anything over 160 would be a good score to defend. So that'll be our target. So we will just have to bat the 45 overs. I think it's just the main thing, and we have not been batting the 45 overs. So I think it's our aim to bat the 45 overs and make sure that we get a good score. Anything above 150 will be a good score to defend on this wicket. Yeah.
Okay. Good luck for today. Mario lost the toss. What were you? Yeah, again. What would you have done if you win the toss today?
You also would have had a bat first.
So now, after losing the toss, what sort of a target do you want to chase down in this track here today at CCC?
Yeah, like I said, I think anything under 140 should be gettable. Anything 170 and up is going to be a challenge, especially batting second on this wicket.
So, any changes in the team? You've had few injuries here and there, players getting tired because of the heat. Any changes for today?
Yeah, Con Purchase is sitting out, and Dion Kreis is sitting out today.
All right, good luck for today. So the news from the center is the Canada Over-50s won the toss and they decided to bat first.
So there we are, the report from Raju Veerasinghe from the middle. The toss has been won by the Canadians, and of course captained by a Sri Lankan, a former Josephian cricketer, and a household name in the good old days, Brian Rajadure. And electing to bat first, he's looked a little undecided. A strange decision indeed, seeing the conditions, the early moisture, and then also this breeze which is going across the grounds as well, and then also realizing South Africa has a good attacking bowling side as well.
So here we are, the team cards of Canada and South Africa. Looking at the Canada's batting lineup, it's Brian Rajadure, as you said, a Josephian cricketer, leading the way for Canada, and Kingsley, who is keeping the stumps today, and Imdad Ali, Arif Talati, Turay Raja, Iqbal Muhammad, Aftab Quaisar, Jude Vanya Singh, Ahmed Panchbaya, Dion Herft, and Hans Rod. So it's an interesting lineup of players for Canada.
The South Africans captained by Mario Solomons, and the wicketkeeper as well, Vian Smith, and there's Andrew Emsley, Munir Holiday, Andy Strine. Well, he certainly played extremely well in the match against India, though a losing cause though. Dave Backer, Russell Bennett, Wayne Tharrett, Ghulam Talib, Craig Lyons, and Russell Krug is the side that is playing today against the Canadians. So Canada won the toss and decided to bat first. And here we are in Colombo, this beautiful picturesque Colombo, as we look over the Papare Lake, and then all these skyscraper buildings to the right, as you see in the pictures. And then and this is the points table as of now in Pool A.
England and Sri Lanka are the table toppers in Pool A. England, they have a winning streak of 5 matches they have played, and Sri Lanka, they have played 5 matches, won 4, and they have lost 1, unfortunately. And USA 5, won 3, and lost 2.
Well, yes, Zimbabwe 5, won 1, lost 4. Namibia yet to win a game. Well, it certainly seems like England and Sri Lanka will be into the second round. Of course, Sri Lanka is playing New Zealand today, and that's going to be a cracker of a game as well.
In Pool B, we'll see who are the table toppers. It's Australia who have the winning streak. Like England, they have won all the 5 matches that they have played, and Pakistan as well. Like Sri Lanka, 5 matches, they have won 4 and lost 1. India 5 and they have won 3 and lost 2. And Wales, it's 2 wins for Wales out of 6 matches and 4 losses, as also as West Indies.
Yes, mixed fortunes for the West Indians and the South Africans, and then of course for the Canadians as well. West Indies have played 5 won 2, lost 3. South Africa played 5 won 1, lost 4. Canada won 1 and they are lost 4, and not very a promising start for the Canadians, sitting at the bottom of the table at the moment. Most runs in this tournament so far in 2025. Eccleston from England leading the run charge, 5 matches, 4 innings, 265, an average of 265 with the highest of 109.
And it's Dungaira from India, highest score 124. Impressive figures. And Jason Oetze from Zimbabwe, 5 matches, 4 innings, 242 runs with the best of 107 as well. So it's Marsden Robinson from New Zealand, was an impressive batter for New Zealand throughout the tournament. It was 5 matches, 4 innings, 216 runs with an average of 72, and the highest score is 85.
Mace, well, he brings up the bottom, but a brilliant performance by him. 5 matches, 3 innings, only 3 innings, 214 runs, average of 214 with a century to him as well. So in the top 5, there are, interestingly, 3 centurions, and then vying for the best batter's position as well.
Exactly, this is the most wickets, the impressive bowlers of the tournament so far. Ali Bukhari from Wales was an impressive left-arm seamer for Wales, picked up most of the wickets of the opponents. 6 matches, 17 wickets with the best of 4 for 14, and it's Ian Smith who is playing today for South Africa as well, the second highest wicket taker in the tournament. 5 matches, 13 wickets with average of 13.08 with the best of 5 for 21. He has picked a 5-wicket haul in the World Cup as well. It's Marcus Sharrow from England, 5 matches, 10 wickets, 4 for 21.
Well, Ivan Reis incidentally happens to be the only batsman in this Over-50s World Cup so far to get beyond 1,000 runs as well, and he certainly can bowl, as you can see. 6 matches, 10 wickets, a best of 3 for 39 to him. And of course Simon Waddington from Australia, 10 wickets to him in 4 matches, a best of 5 for 28. And very strangely though, not a single Sri Lankan bowler out there with 5 wickets for the Pool A, in which Sri Lanka is featured as well. So that's the roundup, the toss, and then also a very good look at the playing surface, and the 2 umpires who will be officiating out there in the middle today. There's from Sri Lanka, Ranjit Vishwakula and Jeff Charlesworth. The 2 umpires will be walking to the middle very soon. And incidentally, 13 umpires have come from overseas for this tournament, and then it also features 5 local umpires as well.
Exactly, it's a great privilege for Sri Lanka to host a World Cup like this for the very first time. It was initiated in Australia in mid-November in 2018 with the participation of teams, and it was Australia who clinched the trophy for the Over-50s World Cup in the very first Over-50s World Cup, and they were FIV in South Africa as well, and it was back to Sri Lanka in 2025 with such a nice venues all across Colombo, and one was it at the Pusa Grounds, Bandaragaman. It was Bloomfield one day, CCC, Calls, and MCA as well, and also BRC. Wonderful venues, wonderful teams, 14 teams taking part in this World Cup. It's been a great World Cup so far, isn't it?
15 venues in the western province of Sri Lanka, 56 matches played back-to-back, and well, certainly it has been cricket right throughout from the day it began, 9th of February, and the tournament is expected to conclude in the 23rd of February. Now we go back and we'll play a few commercials, and we'll be back again with you in the middle when the umpires start to come in.
Right, here are today's fixtures in Pool A. Sri Lanka versus New Zealand at NCC Grounds, Colombo 7, and Zimbabwe versus USA and Namibia versus England at MCA Grounds. So a lot of fixtures, 6 fixtures today. A lot of encounters and action-packed games. In the Pool B, West Indies versus Australia at Bloomfield Grounds, Colombo, and Pakistan versus India, Poosa Grounds, and also South Africa versus Canada right here at CCC Grounds, Colombo. So we are bringing the live action. Stay tuned with Papare TV as we bring all the live action to you every moment of the game as the players are ready. So the match officials are yet to enter the middle along with the 2 opening batsmen of Canada. It is Mario Solomons, the captain of South Africa, who will be keeping wickets for South Africa today. And probably they will start with their fast bowlers in the very first few overs because in the pitch report as well, Rajiv and also Ricky Simmons reckon that it will be a good surface for the fast bowlers to bowl on in the very first overs as well. And also when the game progresses and the sun is melting down, it will be a good surface for the batters to bat on and also to spinners to skid the ball here and there because there are some cracks here and there at the pitch, and they will be opened in the latter part of the game as well when the sun is breathing down.
Well, we see the 2 umpires now walking to the middle. Ranjit Vishwakola, as we mentioned, and Jeff Charlesworth. And South Africa will be bowling first, with Canada winning the toss and electing to bat in this all-important match, particularly for the South Africans. Canada will be certainly wanting to round up and have a win under their belt. But as far as the South Africans are concerned, well, they're still probably believing that they might be able to pull off a good win and improve their run rate and then have a chance of looking into the next round as well.
It is Russell Kruk who will be taking the ball in hand against these 2 openers for South Africa from the pavilion end. And it's Imdad Ali to start the proceedings for Canada as well.
And we also say a very good morning to Sham in the dais as he put a small wave and settling down and will be in front of the microphone very soon as well. A young man who played with distinction for Royal College, Captain Royal College also. So we had some wonderful cricketers, not only in the middle, Sathika. Here in the commentary box also we have had some great cricketers. We have a few. We have Rajiv, who also played for St. Joseph's. And then, as I mentioned, Shaminder. And then, of course, Sathika is here with me as well. And, of course, yours truly, well, has held the bat on a few occasions as well. So, play about to begin. And it will be from the Maitland Crescent in. The bowling will start first. The 2 batsmen taking their guard. A slip in place. Gully. There is a 3rd man on the boundary line. A point. A mid-off standing a little wide. Now the captain, well, the initial part of the innings, he probably will not be keeping gloves. He will not be with the gloves. He is here at mid-off, Solomons. And the first delivery. And that have been played out on the offside. Ball keeping a trifle low. The batsman well across the stumps there. Covers the line well. Open face of the bat. Runs it down towards the point region. But cannot beat the 30-yard circle. So, what is striking here, Sathika, is, as we've been throughout these, all the matches, early part, yes, the surface has given a little bit of resistance, but then after that, it dries, and then it evens out, allowing the players, the batsmen particularly, to play their shots on the up, on the front foot, as well as on the back foot. Well, the bowlers, if they concentrate, work hard on their line and length, there is something certainly available for them in terms of movement and then also in terms of for them to get the ball across to the batsman as well. As we see the next delivery, and that has been standing and delivering that ball, pitching on middle and off, coming on the front foot, flashing at it, connecting it well through the extra cover region. Well, Canada has opened their scoring in a very belligerent way. 4 runs.
Look at that. That was outside the off stump. It was on offer. Hammered away through the extra cover. And that's a welcome boundary for Canada as well to start the proceedings for the today's encounter. It's 4 on the board. It was a pretty decent shot to start the scoring. It's another one. Same result. Same area. Just goes over the top. And another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Canada.
Absolutely. Up and away. That was virtually half volley. There to be hit. And coming slowly through the surface. And the batsman getting his front foot across. And then having a slash at it. Connects it well. Good hand-eye coordination there. Not much footwork. But making sure that he can free his arms and get bat. He got plenty. Connected it well. And over the infield into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to unsettle the fast bowlers in the very first few overs, because we said that the very first few overs will be most crucial one for the fast bowlers as well. They can get the movement in and on, so they are trying to unsettle the fast bowlers by attacking them straight away.
Well, yes, fuller delivery once again. So certainly the bowler realizes there's something on offer on the wicket. Trying to get a little bit of movement there. Trying to keep the ball full and up to the batsman as well. A hint of swing on both occasions. It landed in front. But the last delivery, of course, was taken on the full. So there we see the ball coming back into the batsman. So there is movement. And the bowlers, as we said earlier, if they concentrate on line and length hard enough, they certainly can get something out of it. So the first over comes to an end. Canada winning the toss, batting first. They've got to 8 for no loss. So welcome back to the CCC Grounds. Well, the Canadian, the 2 batsmen, or at least particularly the striker in the very first over, making clear his intentions. Anything with a little bit of width, anything pitched up to him, he certainly will be flashing his bat at it. And, well, we were talking about the bowling and what the bowling side will be having in their mind. But as far as the batsmen are concerned, it's a lightning quick outfield. The 30-yard looks absolutely brilliant. The outfield, well rolled, and the ball, if it beats the inside 30-yard circle, the ball will just whisk into the boundary. No doubt about it. So they have seen the conditions well, playing their 6th match today, the Canadians. So they realize how they can make maximum. And now, South Africa immediately bringing in a slow bowler. And, well, it's a spinner in the second over itself.
Exactly. Spin from the other end, from the present. It's Smith. He's going to have the ball in his hand, and it's Raja, the right-hander for Canada. It was Imdad Ali in the very first over, striking back for Canada with 2 consecutive boundaries. That was hit beautifully and lovely through the extra cover region, and now it was Vian Smith who is taking the ball in his hand and going against Raja. Straight away, goes up and over, straight to the boundary, and Raja opens the account as well with another brilliant boundary for Canada. 12 on the board right now.
So there we are, no doubt about it. Anything loose, anything with a little bit of width will be hammered away. As you watch the replay, that was tossed up delivery on middle and off. And playing across, connects it well, times it well, ball running down to the long on boundary.
Good use of the wrist there. The news from the centre was Canada won the toss and chose to bat. They were doing really well up to now. 12 runs without a wicket, and a slip has been brought in place for Smith as well. Earlier we saw for Krug it was Imdad Ali who was at the very first over for Canada. Another good delivery by Smith right on the money, and that brings us end to the second over. It's 12 without loss.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
That was a good over, and also that boundary spoiled the Vian Smith's over in the very first over of Vian Smith, and it's crack back again to Imdad Ali, who is 8 of 6.
Yes, so Canada getting off to quite a reasonable start, and here we see that ball a little bit short, and the batsman on the back foot, they are hitting it in the air. A lot of bottom hand, but the catch has been spilled, so chance goes a begin, and Canada survives, and well, they have got also a single of that shot as well.
Look at that. That was short, and with an offer, he pulled away firmly, took the outside edge, and that was a slippery fielding effort from South Africa. A chance goes down, and Canada gets a lifeline here. Look at that. That was an easy chance. Would have been the first wicket down for Canada. And it's back to Raja. This is the first time that he's facing Russell, the fast bowler for South Africa. A slip in place, and there is a third man out there in the boundary rope, and as well as the backward point.
Well, yes, a deep squalling field on that last occasion, dropping a simple chance. Perhaps not anticipating the ball will come to him. Was not prepared for it. Was taken a little by surprise, though he got under it and not being able to hold on. So that gives Ali a life as well. So he has moved to 9 of 7 deliveries. And Canada on 13 for no loss. Well, this is what this game is all about. The chances which come your way, you got to make maximum of it. There is a peel on this last delivery. Ball pitching on the leg stump. Certainly missing the leg stump, no doubt about it.
Exactly, it was a lethal yorker from Russell. Just take another look. Here's the replay. Probably missing the leg stump. And a confident appeal from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps as well. But the umpire was not interested. And now a carbon copy of the previous delivery. A yorker. And Russell trying to attack Raja on his pads.
So Raja on that occasion moving inside the line of the delivery. Tried to turn it off. Trying to glance it down towards the fine leg region. And missing it. Wrapped on the pads. He almost played it on. It went off, ricocheted off his pads into the stumps. Luckily for him. Missing the stumps there.
Another good delivery right on the money from Russell. That was Raja, who just clips it towards the mid-wicket region. It's 4 for Raja from 10 deliveries. And it was Imdad Ali, who is at the non-striker. It's 9 for 7. Another good delivery. Just a tickle down the mid-wicket. And that brings us to the end of the third. It's 13 without loss for Canada.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
A very good morning, and if you are just tuning in, glorious morning here in Colombo at Maitland Crescent, CCC Grounds. The match between South Africa and Canada. Well, Canada winning the toss, elected to bat first. Their progress to 13, and fourth over just about to begin. And it's Russell bowling Russell bowled the previous over. And well, he has considered 9 runs in his 2 overs, and it will be Smith to operate from the Torrington end, and he will be bowling his 3rd over. So Ali on 9, Raja on 4, and Ali the left-hander, sporting number 16 on his dark blue t-shirt as he settles over the bat.
time outside the off stump. A defensive stroke play from Imdad Ali, the left-hander. So it's really hard for South Africa as well to manage their fielders when a right-hand, left-hand combination, creating some attacking shots out there in the middle. And this was outside the off stump, and just cut it down towards the backward point. This time swing and a miss for Imdad Ali outside the off stump. The ball slowed down a little bit, tossed it up in the air, and Imdad Ali trying for a big shot over the mid-off region. This time connects it well, but not got the result that he wanted in the previous delivery. Found the fielder, and that's the first wicket down for Canada. Imdad Ali, who was on 9 from 8, has to walk back to the pavilions.
Well, yes, Vian Smith mixing it well, held that delivery back, gave it a little bit of air, and well, Ali shaped it to play a good shot, or rather powerful shot on the offside. Maybe didn't connect it well, didn't get his timing right, nor placement. And the extra cover fielder, great anticipation by him, dive into his right, tumbling catch by Bennett, and Imdad Ali departs. Canada loses their first, and 13 on the board for the loss of the first wicket.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So Canada has lost their first wicket, and in walks in the captain for today for Canada, Brian Rajadure. Well, the registered captain was Iqbal Mohammed when the team cards came in initially, representing the Canadian Over-50s team. But in today's game against the mighty South Africans, the Proteas, Brian Rajadure is providing leadership to the Canadian team.
Wearing glasses and wearing the helmet. Looks so elegant to bat the right-hander against Smith. Unfortunately, they have lost their first wicket. It was Imdad Ali. Straight away on the up. The back foot just played towards the offside. A dot delivery to start for Brian Rajadure. Was brilliant with the bat since the start of the World Cup. Look at that. That was the previous wicket outside the off stump. He tried to play that over that fielder of extra cover, but found the fielder at the last moment. And that brings us the end of the fourth. It's 13 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's Rajadure taking strike on this occasion. The very first delivery of the fifth over. And that ball pitching on mid and off, coming on the front foot. He has basically nicked that ball. Yes, he has. And as he departs, a good catch been taken in the slip. And Canada losing their second wicket with a total on 13.
Back-to-back wickets for Canada. They were 13 without loss. And now it is 13 for 2. Look at that. Raja just tries to tickle it down towards the mid wicket. Found the outside edge, and the slip fielder Smith does the rest for South Africa, the Proteas, and they've got their man in their pocket. The second one down for Canada as it's Raja. Beg your pardon, it's Raja walking back to the pavilions, scoring 4 runs from 12 deliveries. It's Russell with the ball, and it's Smith who does a brilliant job in the slip cordon.
Uttaya Chelvan Rajature, the man out. Well, didn't last long, and he certainly was trying to be aggressive whenever the opportunity was there, mixing defense with aggression, but unfortunately for him, didn't read the line well. A little bit of bounce on offer for Russell on that occasion. Pitching the ball in the right area at length delivery, a little bit of a hint of a swing there. Ball taking the outside edge, and Raja coming on the front foot, not covering the line well, playing away from the body. Head was in the air as well, and taking the outside edge for Vian Smith to hold on to an excellent catch at first slip. Never easy when you're at slip with the ball flying to you off the edge, but that time covering well, great anticipation, holding on to a beautiful catch.
The interesting thing is that now the 2 slips have been brought forward straight away, sliding down the leg side for the right hander, and they have managed to cross for a second. Good running between wickets. It's Talati, Arif Talati for Canada to come in for Brian, to join Brian, the captain. Look at that. That was how Proteas picked up the second wicket of Canada. It was a really good catch in the slip cordon by Smith.
Russell once again, a length delivery, a hint of a swing once again, just cutting back into the right hand. Length delivery on middle and off, covering it up well. Talati on the front foot, plays it defensively. So he certainly will want to take a good look at the wicket, the conditions and the bowling. And here he is, a length delivery, almost half volley, coming on the front foot, playing it down the ground. The bowler on the follow through, not being able to cover it up or rather pick it up. And a single resulting 15 on the board, 16 on the board, Canada, and brings Captain Brian Rajadure on strike.
3 runs so far from this over. Canada, Brian Rajadure didn't bother the scoreboard yet. He's none from 2 deliveries. This time, good use of the wrist, sliding down the leg side. They're running for a couple. Good running, really good running between the wickets by these two. Brian Rajadure gets off the strike with a couple.
You're certainly right. Brian Rajadure played some great cricket for the Josephians in the latter part of 70s and the early 80s, and featured with the power-packed Josephian team of yesteryear. There was Trevor Croner, one remember the same late Trevor Croner now, I'm told, and there was Gary Melder, also late Gary Melder. I've seen a little bit of cricket. We'll talk about that later on when we come back on air. 5 overs have been completed. Canada winning the toss, batting first, 18 for 2.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකා.
So Canada Over-50s 18 for 2 after 5 overs, and after winning the toss and deciding to bat. The South African bowlers have done well, picking up those 2 crucial wickets earlier in the day, and we can see a bit of spin coming into play. Ball seams around. Probably a good toss to lose, I would say, in this track. Looks very dry one. See a lot of turn and bounce. Some balls keeping it low as well. The day goes by. Probably it will be better for batting. So, good morning, Shamita.
Good morning, Rajiva. Good morning to all our viewers. South Africa taking on Canada today at the Colombo Cricket Club. Brilliant conditions for some cricket. We do see a bit of that haze coming back to Colombo. the air pollution. We've been having some clear days the past week or so. Slight smog over the grounds and in parts of Colombo.
You're talking about Ian Smith. In the first game, he picked up 5 wickets, bowled brilliantly, and now he's continuing to bowl his good right arm off spinners here, getting some poachers, bounce and turn, keeping it really tight. We saw yesterday Wales batting first, and they were 29 for 6 at one stage and recovered and got 105. And West Indies chasing down the target. There you go, spinning earlier in the day. So with that, dot ball ends the 6th over. Canada Over-50s 20 for 2.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Canada Over-50s 20 for 2 after 6 overs. We have Wayne Tarrant, bowling change from the clubhouse end here at Gymkhana Cricket Club, CCC. Shot and pulled straight to the boundary for 4, and not a good start there for Wayne Tarrant. Very loose delivery, and Brian Rajadure rocked back and pulled it firmly towards the mid-wicket boundary there. A top shot to start up with the first boundary into his innings, Shamida.
Yeah, that'll definitely boost his confidence. Handsome shot. Oh, just as we spoke about it.
That's castled him. And coming off for a short delivery, getting struck for a boundary, and the return ball was stump to stump. And that's the end of Rajadure. It's clean ball there. Came in with the arm. It was completely bamboozled, Brian Rajadure. Good comeback delivery there by Wayne Tarrant. So Brian Rajadure departs for 6. The Canada Over-50s 24 for 3 and struggling here at CCC.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So 24 for 3. The Canada Over-50 is struggling here after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Brian Rajadure at the toss, he mentioned he's very undecided, but he wants to bat first and at least get a score of 160. It's not going to be easy here. Batting first yesterday, even Wales got 106 runs. At one stage they were 29 for 6, so now in return here again CCC Grounds, the Canada 24 for 3.
Yeah, yesterday the Welsh kind of struggled piling on in the morning as well. But as the day progressed, West Indies were quite content with their approach. It was a well-composed inning by the West Indians. Did lose a couple of wickets though towards the end of the inning. However, steadied ship. Wicket did settle towards the end of the day, Rajiva, so hopefully...
Oh, that passed the fielder there. That was flying. The outfield looks lightning fast. Short delivery again by Wade Tarrant. And welcome runs for Iqbal. Getting a boundary off his first delivery. Cut away firmly along the ground. And pretty indecent fielding there. Not good fielding at all. He should have stopped it. But went through his hands for another boundary. So 2 boundaries and a wicket in the first 3 deliveries.
2 short balls going for runs. Just show the pace of the wicket. Plenty of time for the batsman to rock on the back foot. Place the ball into the gaps. And once you beat this infield here at the Colombo Cricket Club, you are certainly going to make a boundary.
Mohammad Iqbal, Harif Talati, next man Aftab Kaiser. Those 3 are the top batters for the Canada Over-50s. That was the replay of Brian Radharu's wicket. He was completely deceived there, and he was trying to go towards the leg side. You can see the bat angling towards the mid-wicket region. Probably he would have got it straight, have not missed those stumps. Probably would have got a connection of the ball. He was trying to go even towards the mid-wicket. So that's an eventful over. And Canada Over-50s 28 for 3 after 7 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Canada 28 for 3 after 7 overs. And Vian Smith is continuing from the scoreboard end. Small roundup on the scores. New Zealand versus Sri Lanka. New Zealand 33 for no loss after 6 overs. And it's a must-win game for both teams. Especially Sri Lanka to qualify for that all-important semi-final, probably against the Australia Over-50s. And Australia Over-50s 28 for 3 against West Indies Over-50s at Bluefield Grounds. Sri Lanka playing against New Zealand at the NCC.
There's a lot of cricket being played all around Colombo. Most of the club venues being leased out for this IMC Over-50s World Cup.
Hey, it's nice to see all these top clubs ground like NCC, CCC, the Bluefield, Coles. Short delivery cut away towards the third man region there. Another boundary. So boundaries are flowing here for the Canada Over-50s despite their 3 wickets. And the score moves to 32 now.
I think the score is a great...
It's a 33. And there you go, flying past the slip fielder there. That was a quite fine towards the third man region. Got an edge of it.
I think it's a fine example, a reflection of the bowling of South Africa as well. Even though they've picked up 3 wickets, they've been bowling those loose balls.
Anything over 150 is going to be a tough ask. Oh, there you go. He was bowling off spinners and change up delivery. There you go. He's saying it's a straight on delivery. Probably taking the seam. There you go. Went straight on. That's plumb in front. I mean, that's it of Talati.
That looked dead in front.
Probably it is Iqbal, is it?
Good bowling by Smith. He's a tall gentleman. Gets that loop and height. Gets the ball to dip in on the batsman. Probably would have been better to play on the front foot there.
Yeah, he would have survived if he was on the front foot there. And instead he went back foot and getting out LBW. Good bowling here. So we were talking about a score. Anything below 150 is a chaseable score. Now the Canada Over-50s struggling at 33 for 4 at CCC Grounds.
Mama Gajaman.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Canada Over-50s 33 for 4 after 8 overs. Wayne Tarrant is continuing. He took a wicket in his first over. It's nicely cut away to the third man there. So that brings Aftab Kaiser alongside Arif Talati. These two batters need to stick in there. They need to build that partnership. The top two batters here have scored runs. In fact, Kaiser getting a 40 yesterday against unbeaten 41 against Australia as well. So they need to score something to build up that score, stick in there, because still Shamid, it's the 9th over and already 4 wickets have fallen off for the Canada Over-50s. So they need to stick around and probably build that partnership. It doesn't matter many dot balls or overs going along, but the thing is they need to stick in there. See, this is a new ball off. Wait until the sun pops out completely and hit this rack, because it will be coming on to the bat during the day. As I was told, most of these games, teams, unless you score a thumping huge score way beyond 250, most of the other teams have chased down the targets, because it had been anything below 200, any side would have chased it down.
The wicket also has been quite good towards the end of the day, at least to the middle part of the day. Once it settles, batting does get easier. Right now we have seen a bit of two-pace off the wicket, and also a misjudgment on the part of the Canadian batters. They've misjudged the length mostly.
Yeah, they have not judged the length. The balls that you need to play straight and the balls that you need to come forward, they have misjudged it completely. So you need to bat straight on a surface like this, because when it comes to a two-pace wicket, the bounce it differs on a track like this. And I was talking to a few of the South African players earlier in the day, and they are very disappointed about their performance. What I see is a good side. So that's the end of the 9th over. Canada Over-50s 34 for 4.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So 9 overs completed. This Canada versus South Africa game. Canada in a spot of bother, losing 4 wickets for just 34 runs. Smith to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I was talking to the manager and a few players. They are not happy about the performance. They have not got themselves adapted to these kind of wickets. And they're struggling with the spin and the slow tracks because they are used to play on those wickets. That's pulled away firmly. Short delivery. And it was Thalati getting that boundary. He judged that length pretty well. Short delivery. Rock backed and pulled it firmly along the ground towards the Squalid region. There no field at Squalid. It's strange when you see an off-spinner bowling. There's one should be back in the Squalid region. Interesting call by Murray Solomons, having no Squalid fielder behind the crease, because normally the ball tends to spin into your body, the right-hander. So the ball tends to go towards that Squalid region more often than the short fine region. He has a leg slip, but I would prefer Squalid on that boundary, because that would have been just a single, definitely. So what the South African Over-50s, they have not adapted themselves into an Asian condition. There you go. A lot of bounce coming in, Shamida.
Spin and bounce there for Smith. Like you mentioned, Rajiv, definitely they do currently have a deep mid-wicket. But with the pace of this wicket, and given that the ball is new, this time it does go to deep mid-wicket though. But having that field cruise there, a little finer, would definitely pay off better dividend for the South Africans rather.
Yeah, there's 5 fielders in fact with a short mid-wicket and another mid-wicket, 2 mid-wickets they're fielding, probably to get off that flick or the edge. So dot ball to end the 10th over. Canada Over-50s 40 for 4.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So here we are once again. Warm welcome to all of you. And if you're just tuning in, this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup, and the match between South Africa Over-50s and the Canadian Over-50s. Canada won the toss in the morning, elected to bat first, got off to a very, very poor start at one stage. 4 wickets down for 20. Now they have got to 40 for the loss of 4 wickets. Thalati on 12. And well, he seems to be settling down, taking a good look at the conditions and the wicket, and trying to operating from the Torrington end. He's picked up 2 wickets already. 2 for 17 for him. Bowling on the trot 5 overs and making things a little difficult for the Canadians. As you see, that delivery short of length on the back foot, punching it into the gap between mid-wicket and the mid-on. Down the boundary goes for us. There we see turning it off his pads and connected it well, timed it well. You beat the 30-yard circle and you runs and runs aplenty. As you say, a very good morning and welcome to Ricky Sims.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning to all our viewers joining us down there in Canada. It's late night, but welcome to all of them joining this live coverage on the Papare, and all those watching from South Africa or any part of the world you're watching from. Crucial partnership here for Canada. Their batting hasn't been the best right throughout this tournament. Actually, the batting has let them down. Yesterday, they were bowled out in 33 overs against Australia. They got to 150, but they were bowled out in 33 overs. So they need to bat the 45 overs. That has been their problem. But on the other end, these two have been their best batters in the tournament. Kesa is one of the leading run scorers. He's got a good half century versus India. Was unbeaten on 43 yesterday. Ran out of partners. Talati has got runs in a couple of games as well. So these two need to bat a long time. They need to put up a big partnership, bat another 10 to 15 overs and get them to a respectable total.
11th over comes to an end. 45 for 4. Canada elected to bat first.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So welcome back to the CCC Grounds. Play about to resume after that short break. And well, looking at the Canada scorecard, nothing much to see there. Only one batsman has got to double figures. Talati, he's already on 12. And Kaiser also 6. And as a liaison officer, Ricky Sims was saying about the Canadian team, mixed fortunes for them. Some of them certainly have been batting pretty well. They've been giving it all what they got, but not very lucky.
So there you go, Russell, early wicket for him. Smith has been good with the ball right throughout this tournament for South Africa, and Tharat once again among the wickets. They've been their leading bowlers. They have a lot to do here. Canada 11 overs 45. They'll take the runs on the board, but probably a wicket or two too many. They would have loved to be maybe 1 or 2 wickets down maximum, but they've lost 4. And Raja, who is out early, he's also had made some runs, got starts in most of the games. Yesterday too got a good 30 odd against Australia, but today not really get going. It's a very slow wicket here at the moment. Actually, this is the same wicket that was used yesterday for the Wales versus West Indies game. Wales were bowled out for 108, and West Indies I think lost 4 to 5 wickets to get to that 108 runs. So it was a low scoring affair, and today too the wicket seems very dry. It's certainly taking some turn. You could see straighter on. South Africa starting with the spinners, which is not their usual trend. So yeah, around 150, 170 I feel is going to be a very good score on this sort of a surface, and the South Africans won't find it easy So Canada has to make sure if they bat this 45 overs, they will get to that total. I think that should be their main aim, not to worry about maiden overs, dot balls, but just stay there as long as possible.
Certainly right. They already lost 4 wickets. So that is what should be in the minds of the two batsmen out there in the middle. Kaiser on 7, Talati on 13, nothing. But stick it out there. Take a good look at the conditions. Read the conditions well. Anything with a little bit of width. And go for the free shots. Free your hands. And then make sure you connect it well. Get your timing right. Get your placement right. Difficult surface to bat on. It was a little bit of a surprise when Brian Rajadure elected to bat first on this surface, because there was a little bit of moisture, as it usually happens at CCC Grounds. And during the day, as the day progresses, it generally eases up and becomes very easy to bat on. As we see the 12th over coming to an end, Canada winning the toss, 47 for the loss of 4 wickets.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Yes, sir, these games are coming to you once again. Some very crucial matches happening today. New Zealand versus Sri Lanka at the NCC Grounds. Most probably the winner will take second place in that group and find a place in the semi-finals. So it's a very important game for both teams. And down there in Pusa, there's India taking on Pakistan. Another game that we probably will see who will go in second place in that group, Group B, which is topped by Australia. So that's a big one there. India-Pakistan, a decider, sort of a quarter-final happening down at Pusa. Here we have South Africa versus Canada, and we have a couple of other games happening today as well, with England, I think, are playing UAE today in their final game, and Australia are playing West Indies today, the final games. Today is the final set of games of the group stages, so some important games to see who will end up in the top 4. And the rest will play each other, vice versa, in the for the playoffs or positions. We may call it. These two teams both don't want to end at the bottom of the group. A win will take them above each other. So that's what they are playing for.
Well, you're certainly right. Win or lose, whoever gets through to the semi-finals or not, it has been great for the game here. And these gentlemen representing 14 countries, over-50s, young at heart, giving it everything they have. It has been great to see them throwing themselves in the field, bowling in this tough, very, very difficult conditions as well. And also the batsmen giving it all what they have as well. We have seen 4 centurions in Pool A, and some of the batsmen have been, wielding the bat extremely well. And they certainly have been enjoying their cricket here.
It's certainly. Some of them have played outstanding cricket. And some of them look really, they are for over 40s, really look fit as well. And that's a poor delivery. Now he's bowled 2 poor deliveries. The first one was very wide outside the off stump. The keeper got a glove to it. This time down the leg side. I think it's a bit sweaty out there, and he's losing the grip of the ball. You could see that sort of slipped. I think he was looking for the slow one, but the execution didn't go right.
Yes, Talib trying to mix it, and perhaps trying to bowl a back of a arm delivery there, and the ball slipping through his fingers there, slipping through his grip, running down on the onside. Wicketkeeper also standing up, couldn't collect it. So Canada will take it. They have just got beyond the 50-run mark now. The 13th over in progress. 2 consecutive wides in this over. Dot ball, and once again another dot ball, and Talib will try to keep things tight here for the South Africans. Well, they do possess a strong batting lineup, and in the game against India ran up a mammoth score against the South African over-50s. They gave it a good chase, but losing the match, and India winning convincingly.
Another one down the leg side, another 5 wides conceded. Now this is a very expensive, costly over for South Africa. Talib hasn't played many games. I think he's coming to this game, and if I'm right, He's also not wearing his T-shirt. He was fined by the manager because he has brought the wrong T-shirt in his baggage bag, and he's using one of the reserve players' T-shirts. So his manager had a word with him today, and he told me, please inform the scorers and everybody that he's wearing the wrong T-shirt, and the number is different. And he's not started off well at all. He's both sides of the wicket conceded a lot of extras.
Yes, training on the leg side, and 3 wides, and the last one going for 5 runs, and the previous wide also 5 runs. And wicketkeeper standing up, and now he has gone back, realizing that he has no hope at all in covering up those loose deliveries. And Talib certainly struggling to get his line and length right.
So these are all important runs for Canada. They'll take every run, doesn't matter how it comes. They need the runs on the board. And then they will be looking to defend whatever target they can get. But their main aim is to bat the overs. That has been their biggest concern, as I mentioned. Had a few tough games, few close ones. Managed to beat the West Indies in a tight game at the MCA. And had a good first innings total of 251 against India down at Pusa. But India chased it down. They have a very good batting side, as you mentioned. India, how they scored 300 versus South Africa. So they are strong in their batting. Canada could not really control the Indian innings with the ball. So they've had
the last delivery also being bowled wide. So Talib certainly struggling out there in the middle. And this time bowls wicket to wicket on middle and off. And a fuller delivery played down straight to the mid-on fielder. Over comes to an end. 13 overs have been completed in the Canadian innings. They have progressed to 59 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
It's the 14th over. To all of our viewers who are joining us, Canada won the toss, selected to bat first at the CCC Grounds. A lot of renovations, a lot of work going around the ground. Newly constructed dressing rooms, very spacious and very comfortable. We have to mention that. The 2 new dressing rooms here at the CCC. But a lot of work been done in the other parts of the ground. Newly installed floodlights as well, Ashley. Still to be used, I think, if I'm correct. But these are newly done, and hopefully in the future we'll see some day-night games, maybe club cricket, maybe women's internationals. We never know after the rest of the work is done.
Well, yes, and one cannot forget that this is a test venue as well. And the last test match, of course, was played way back in 1992 with Australia winning that game. And before that, there were some great games played here as well. One remembers the game Sri Lanka played against the New Zealanders, and there was a record there. Brendan Kuruppu donning the pads for all 5 days, and he was out in the middle. Scored 200 runs, and he was out in the field for 3 consecutive days after that.
Yeah, just mentioned that in the 2 team introductions in the morning about a few words about the venue as well. That was a record for Brendan Kuruppu. And he was the first wicket-keeper batsman to score a double 100 on test debut as well. So a lot of records for Brendan Kuruppu. That's the end of yet another over.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Yes, that innings of Brendan Kuruppu was played against a superb bowling lineup as well. The New Zealanders spearheaded by Sir Richard Hadley.
Went on to score 150 in that test match, if I'm right, as well with the bat. There's a quality all-rounder, Sir Richard Hadley. And New Zealand possesses a very good bowling lineup, mind you.
Sorry, right. Lance Cairns, I remember I was here in the grounds as well. And well, those days Sri Lanka played perhaps only one test or maximum 2 tests for a year. And those were the early days for Sri Lanka cricket. Until the 1996 when we became world champions, everything changed. And the complexion of the team, in addition to the respect Sri Lanka gained internationally, everything changed. And then, of course, it was continuous matches from that point onwards.
Yes, so we have Cruz, I think, who's into the attack. It's a very good bowler. Oh, he's bowled him. Inside edge. I was just going to mention the earlier one was too close to cut. He missed it and he repeated that shot. You cannot play these horizontal bat shots on this type of surface. It's slow coming onto the bat. There's no pace you could see. He played too early, dragged it on. That was not a good shot from Kaiser. They should have seen the wicket by now, learned from the mistakes the others did. And the shot was certainly not on. He missed the earlier one and he repeated it once again. And South Africa have struck another blow. 5th wicket down for Canada.
It's a good bowling by Talib. Held it back and forcing Quasar on the back foot there. Trying to punch it and playing on. And certainly ball coming slow off the wicket. And it was far too close to him. Shapey to cut it on the offside and getting a thick inside edge and being castled as well. So poor shot selection by the Canadian batsman. And that costed them big time. 59 on the board. And they have lost 5 wickets. And South Africa, goodness me, they want to make this a quick game. They want to perhaps keep Canada down as low as possible in scoring and then get there quickly and then also and also score the runs as quickly as possible and improve on their run rate as well. So welcome back to the CCC Grounds, the match between Canada and the South African Over-50s the IMC World Cup happening here. The final few games happening in this initial round. The teams, 14 teams drawn into 2 groups, Group A and B. And both these two teams have had mixed fortunes right at the bottom of the table. And certainly wanted to post a win here.
Yes, so we have Dan Herft who is into bat now at number 7. Another Sri Lankan born, migrated now permanent residency in Canada from St. Thomas's Court. Played his cricket there. And he's enjoying his visit here to Sri Lanka with his family, wife, kids as well. And yes, they need a partnership. He played a very good innings in a game that they won against West Indies. The only game that they won unbeaten at the end to get them home. He needs to stay there and put up a partnership with Talati. This is very, very important that they get to a respectable score because anything is defendable on this sort of a wicket. 130, 150 will be a very good score. But at the moment, they're certainly struggling.
So very good defensive shot on that occasion. The final delivery of the 15th over. Played it down gently. 15 overs have been completed in the Canadian innings. 5 wickets down for 59.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara.
Welcome back. Whether you're just tuning in, it's the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Canada Over-50s taking on South Africa Over-50s. 15 overs done. It's 59 for 5 right now for Canada. Talati and Diane right out there in the middle for Canada. Talati looks good with 17 runs on board. And it's Tyron with the ball in hand.
A short delivery again and rock backed and pulled firmly. It went lightning fast off this ground. Poor delivery.
Look at that.
Yeah,
that was short.
Yeah, that was struck firmly off the right of the middle of the bat. One bounce, 4. And Tyron had bowled 2 overs with 3 runs prior to this over. And now bowling that first loosen up delivery. Short one, another. Tucked down towards the square leg region for another single.
5 runs so far from this over. Diane, the new batsman for Canada, out there in the middle, just faced 3 deliveries before. Had Talati looks good with 22 on board, and Tyron 8 without loss into his 3rd over.
So I think you saw this ball turning. That went straight on with the arm because he had a lot of pace on that delivery. But the more slower you bowled on this track, inviting the batter to go after the ball, probably that's the better option the spinners need to do, because it's not easy when the ball is having more air. There you go. Saw the spin coming in. And that's the spinners of the South Africans should do, and try to restrict at least anything below 120 will be chaseable. But beyond that, there's a short delivery again, change up delivery. Probably he tried a leg spinner there. And yes, that's run out there. Unnecessary. And that was hit straight to the point fielder there. And Dion Hurft and Talati probably misjudging the...
Look at that. That was outside the off stump. Frustration out there in the middle. A good throw. And a good run out as well for Zimbabwe.
He was completely covered there. And Tyron, but eventually got it out. It was a blind run out. It was that was not the best option. He should be behind the stumps there. But Dion Hurft depart for a duck, and the Canada Over-50s 64 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So Canada Over-50s 64 for 6 after 16 overs and struggling completely here.
Certainly, they are struggling to get some runs on the board. It was an unnecessary run out that was picked towards the offside by Diane, and there wasn't enough time to cross the line.
There was no communication at all between the two batters. There was a yes and no. Diane stopped halfway through. There was no run at all. That was completely misjudging the ball there. It was straight struck towards the fielder there at the point region. Good return, but Tyron was not behind the stumps, but somehow he managed to dislodge the stumps there, getting that run out.
And the new batsman, Ahmed Panchbay, it's out there in the middle for the Canada. It's the 7th man for Canada, 64 for 6 right now. struggling to get some runs on the board, with Talati looking good on 22 and Tyron into his third over. It was brilliant. 8 runs so far and 17th over in precision. The slip in plays for the new batsman. Right on the money. A defensive stroke. It's Talib for South Africa, who have picked a 1 wicket. Look at that. That was the previous run out. There was the communication that Canada wanted. Look at that. That's an easy run out for South Africa. They have picked the man pretty easily. And Diane has to walk back to the pavilions without bothering the scoreboard.
There was no run at all. That was it, straight to the fielder. And probably bad miscommunication there between two batters. Panchbhai opened the innings for Canada yesterday against the Australia Over-50s.
Some nicely left alone. Well watched. Get under the delivery by Panchbhai. Well watched. And left it alone. Straight to the wicketkeeper's gloves.
These two batters need to build that partnership. Probably Panchbhai seems to be loves to hang in there, and even Talati is on 22 now. Has got that run mark. Has got an eye in. Talati needs to stick in there and get this score at least somewhere over 120 to 130 runs to give a fight, because they've got a good bowling attack as well. Yesterday they were 29 for 3 Australia Over-50s with the new ball, and after a while the two batters for Australia, Andrew Sharp and Steve Mays, got them home pretty easy.
Exactly. Canada have some interesting lineup of spinners as well. As the game progresses and the sun melting down, the pitch will be a great paradise for the spinners as well. As we come to the end of 17th over, it's 64 for 6.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
The 18th over in precision, Canada 64 for 6. Whether you're just tuning in, it's Canada Over-50s taking on South Africa Over-50s. And Canada Over-50s won the toss. It was Brian Rajadure out there at the centre with the captain of South Africa, Mario. And he was on the decision to bat first here at CCC Grounds, Colombo. So it's all trouble for Canada. 6 down in the dugout. It's another good delivery. Turned back in to the batsman. Nicely played. A silky touch from Talati. He moves to 24 from 31 deliveries. Just a couple of runs added to the scoreboard. And Canada 66 for 6. A lot of 6 in the scorecard as well.
Tossed up delivery outside the off stump, inviting Talati go for that booming drive. And normally off spinners love those toss up deliveries outside the off stump. It is if you're getting that purchase off the track.
Another good delivery. Just a tickle down to the leg side. Found the field at the deep square leg. Just a single. Good run in between wickets. It is what needed for Canada to maintain that communication between the two batters. Just when you are running between the wickets, especially between Panchbaya and Thalati. They have to maintain a good partnership to come out of this situation. They are 6 wickets down already. They have to make 150, at least 125 to set a good target to South Africa and to try to defend with the spinners they have, because we talked previously about the surface and it will be melted down with the day progresses and the game progresses, and it will be a good batting surface and also a good surface for the spinners to battle on, isn't it?
Yeah, the best thing that's with that dot ball ends the 18th over. Canada 67 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.
We are into the 19th over. Spin from both the ends for South Africa. A slip has been placed. Correction, it's the fast bowler from the pavilion, and brilliant delivery to start off with for the 19th over.
Yes, I think talking about building up the partnership, these two batters need to set a target for the South Africa Over-50s. Mind you, there is 26 overs left after this over. Plenty of deliveries. And 160 with that ball. 160 balls left in the innings. And within the frame of the 19th over, 6 wickets have fallen off. So that is a pretty decent job. And South Africa has done a tremendous job coming out after winning the toss. And I had a chat with the South African skipper.
Certainly that was a good toss to lose by South Africa. So
Mario was saying, he was asking, what do you think on this track? I was saying it's good toss to lose, Mario, because normally the ball tends to come on to the bat. When the sun hits the surface, it becomes very hard, and the ball comes onto the bat, and a lot of less spin and pace. The earlier the day, we see, is that a drop catch? Should have had the 7th wicket. And he went diving to his left. That's Wian Smith. The culprit there, the slips. Hadika would have had the 7th scalp there for South Africa.
Look at that. That was the outside edge.
He had it twice. Yeah, he had it twice in his hands. And the catch went begging there in vain for the South Africa Over-50s.
Would have been a tremendous catch. And another boundary for Ahmed Panchbaya. He started his innings after 12 deliveries of South African bowling, facing 12 deliveries. And he started his account with another brilliant boundary.
He started his account, would have been a duck without starting his account. And next delivery, the ball is flying towards the square leg for a boundary. Disappointment for Talib there. Would have had the 2nd wicket for him. He normally tends to... Yeah, there you go. It went over the bowler's head there. So, disappointment after that drop catch. 2 boundaries in the next 2 deliveries. So, Canada 76 for 6 after 19 overs.
Mama Gajaman.
So 76 for 6 After 19 overs, we had a drop catch. The next 2 balls were flown to the boundary for 4. These 2 batters need to be a little bit positive. I don't think it's a wicket that you can bat the entire 45 overs. But if you bat the 45 overs, it's a huge ask for these 2 batters. But you need to be a little bit on the positive mode. There you go, trying that booming drive on the offside. But the ball getting some spin and going towards the mid-wicket. Lot of spin coming in. He's inviting. Get to the top of the ball.
It's Tyrants over wicketless. And trying to get another wicket down for South Africa. Bowling in good line and length. Wicket to wicket outside the off stump. A little bit inviting Taleti to play that outside the off stump. A drive. It's expensive drive. So they have placed their fielders to get rid of him. And another good delivery. Straight to the shoot back with square leg.
Yeah, I think Talati needs to stick it there. Bat on throughout the overs. Probably Ahmed loves to go after the bowling after the drop catch. The next 2 deliveries were flown to the boundary. One off towards the leg side to the square leg region, and the next one was just on top of the bowler's heads there. Straight down the boundary line for the 4.
Sliding down the leg side and a given wide by the umpire. So that's a bonus run for Canada. So 77 for 6 right now. Look at that.
See the spin coming off this track. It was pitched outside the off stump. And wicketkeeper took it way down the leg side. There was a single there. Definitely there was a single. So that's the end of the 20th over. Canada Over-50s 77 for 6.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
77 for 6. Canada winning the toss, electing to bat first. 21st over just about to begin here at the CCC Grounds in Maitland Crescent. And plenty of infrastructure improvements happening here as well. A one-time test venue. And one remembers the games that were played here. Some sterling performances by some of the yesteryear Sri Lankan cricketers. Brendan Kurupu, namely, scoring 200 runs, opening the batting, and then also keeping wickets. And all 5 days, it's a record in fact, where he was donning a pair of pads and being out in the middle all 5 days of a test match. Batting first, Sri Lanka. And he opened the batting, scored 200 runs, not out. And then when New Zealand came into bat, well, they went on to bat for 3 days, and he was out there in the middle as well. And then here we see the next delivery on the pads that have been played fluently as he gets enough bat. A little bit of football on the ground by the square leg fielder, running about 20 yards to his left, pulls it in, but not before the batsmen have crossed over for 2.
Yeah, just on some cricket trivia, bit of Sri Lankan history. A remarkable, memorable day yesterday was for Sri Lanka. It was the day that Sri Lanka became the 8th test playing nation. Back in 1982, Sri Lanka took on England. Keith Fletcher's England team. At the Pisara over, Sri Lanka was led by Pandula Varnapura. So a historical day for Sri Lanka yesterday was. And today, we have Canada taking on South Africa. The beautiful Colombo Cricket Club.
Well, you're certainly right. Lots of nostalgia as you go back to 1982. Sri Lanka being recognized by the international this ICC and gaining test status, playing against a mighty English at the Oval Grounds. Of course, Sri Lanka did put up a good show, but lost that match to the English. And also, it was Arjuna Ranatunga's maiden test appearance for Sri Lanka, the youngest ever to play a test match in the world at that time. The left-hander, still a schoolboy at 17 years, and went on to represent Sri Lanka. And what a distinction! And with distinction played in that match. Was the first half centurion in that match as well. And then Ranjan Madugala followed Ranatunga's 53 or 54 with a 64 as well.
Brilliant indeed. Ranatunga going on to lead Sri Lanka in the 96 World Cup win as well. As we come to the end of the 21st over, Canada 81 runs for the loss of 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.
Mama Gajaman.
22nd over. Oh, another dolly gone down in the slip cordon again. The second chance that goes down in the slips. Tossed up. Goes with the ball, thick outside edge. Oh, that's a sitter.
Perhaps they got to get a little bit too easy there. Ball just coming straight into his hands. And the fielder, well, he didn't, the anticipation was not there, was not ready for that catch. Perhaps didn't see the delivery till it almost reached him. Knee high, very comfortable height as well. Came in and just popped out of his hands. And well, Canada survives. 6 wickets down for 82. Panchabya living dangerously. He got to 11 of 18 deliveries. And well, now Tyrone this time drops his shot on the back foot, punching it down towards the mid-off region, and a single to Canada.
Anything full and in a good length. The Canadians have been a little hesitant. They haven't read the line quite well this morning. Anything short, they've capitalized. They've been quick on the back foot. Pounced on the runs. Talati and Panchabya, both facing brunt of deliveries. As we come to the end of the 22nd, Canada 83 for the loss of 6.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Welcome back to the CCC Grounds. A quick look at the Canada batting scorecard. Well, nothing much to see there. Only 2 batsmen have got into double figures. Talat is still out there, 28 of 47, and Panchab living a charmed life, and he's on to 12 of 19, 83 for the loss of 6 wickets. 22 overs have been completed. Well, the Canadians are not going to be worried about the overs that they have consumed, and we will talk about it after the South African bowling.
Yeah, Smith, the pick of the bowlers, 5 overs bowled, picked up 2 scalps for his 17 runs. Russell, Tarat and Talib both picking a wicket each. Fall of wickets, 2 wickets fell at 13, and then quick succession, 24, 33, 59, and the last wicket falling at 64. 8 extras bowled thus far. So the fall of wickets for Canada. Rather loose shot. Good delivery there. Took the outside edge. Clean catch by Smith. Completely misread the line of that delivery. Again, Canada opting to play on the back foot where they should have opted to go on the front. Dragged on there by Kasa.
Certainly right. The shot selection, as we saw the replays, not been very good as far as the Canadian batsmen are concerned. Have not been reading the conditions well here at the CCC Grounds. The surface a little slow. The ball holding up, and then also a little bit of movement. As we see, shape into play. A big shot on the offside. Panchabia this time not lucky. Third time unlucky. Being caught in the slips, and Stein picks up his second, and Canada 7 wickets down now for 83.
Punjab, that was the third time that he edged it to slip. 2 times was dropped. Third time not as lucky. Has to make the long walk back. Punjab walks into the pavilion for 12 of 21. That's 83 for the loss of 3 Canada.
So Vian Smith, 2 catches to him in slips and dropped a couple of sitters as well. So he certainly must be wondering. The ball is chasing after him wherever he is in the field. But of course it was in the slip cordon that he was most of the day. And dropped 2 catches and picked up 2 as well for him. So 7 wickets down, 83 on the board. And well, the Canadians, the work cut out for them. What they will be now wanting to do is bat deep into their overs and make sure that they put their head down and then just look for those singles and the twos if they want to get some respectability to their total and maybe get to about 100, 120.
For sure, they'll definitely not want to look at the scoreboard and they just bat on the rest of the overs. There wouldn't be a point in looking at the scoreboard, not much runs to look at. Just get your head down, get on the front foot as much as possible. Whenever the ball is short, pounce on it, make the most of it, and just wait out the overs.
So the new batsman in, Jude Wanyan Singh, the very first delivery, rising delivery, Stein this time getting a little bit of bounce. So hit the cracks and the ball will leap as well. As we watched that replay, that ball was there to be hit, half volley outside the off stump, didn't get his foot across to the pitch of the delivery there, and playing away from the body, and the bat coming down across his body as well. And if he played it straight, he certainly would have got enough bat on that occasion.
Definitely didn't come to the pitch of the ball. Was that a drop chance? The previous delivery might have not carried through the field cleanly. See the replay of that. Oh yeah, that's another drop chance. Difficult, nevertheless. Driven on the full again.
So Jude showing his intentions. Anything up to him, he will drive. He's not, though, looking at the scoreboard. He's not even worried about the amount of wickets that Canada has lost. Anything up to him, he's going after it. The first 2 deliveries he drove towards the extra cover region. One was a difficult charge, about 2 feet away from the extra cover fielder. Dived, got his hand to it, but couldn't hold on to it. There we see the 23rd over coming to an end. And Canada winning the toss and 83 for the loss of 7 wickets. So welcome back to the IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 4th edition happening here in Sri Lanka, and the last few matches of this initial round. And here at the CCC Grounds, as the South African Over-50s taking on the Canada Over-50s. Both teams way down in their group listings, playing for pride here. Canada and have now winning the toss. Brian Rajadure providing leadership to them in this match. They got to 7 wickets down for 83 runs. Won the toss in the morning. It was a bit of a surprise when he elected to bat first. Perhaps didn't read it well. He wasn't sure when he won the toss. He said so, whether to bat or whether to field. Then opted to bat first. And then here we see the South African Over-50s making use of the conditions. The early part of the moisture. And they certainly have been making use of the conditions and then picking up wickets at regular intervals and having the Canadians in serious trouble.
If you see the projected score, if they continue at a 3.58, they'll make a 161, which I feel is a decent score here, given their circumstances. Yesterday, too, West Indies did take some time to bat and pile on their 109 runs. So batting second isn't easy, but it's definitely easier than batting first.
Certainly right. So Emsley into the attack now from the Torrington end, bowling gentle right arm cutters, so to say. The first delivery is watchfully played by Talate. He has got to 28. He has been playing a couple of good innings for the Canadians and certainly holding the innings together. He has got to 29 of 51 deliveries now. And partnering him is Jude, who came at the fall of the 7th wicket. So Canadians, well, work cut out for them. They will be trying to bat the 45 overs or bat as long as possible and get whatever runs that come their way.
A brilliant opportunity for Talati as well, just to get some batting in. Plenty of overs left.
So the Canadians, captained by Brian Rajadure, who turned out for St. Joseph's in the late 70s and the early 80s. Played with distinction, a great cricketer. And there we see the 24th over coming to an end. Canada 7 wickets down for 85.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So, welcome back. Well, you're talking about St. Joseph's and some of the other schools in Colombo who have produced some unbelievable cricketers, many of them going on to represent the country as well. St. Joseph's, during the time that Rajadure played, well, they had in their ranks Wayne Jans, and there was Kroner, the late Trevor Kroner, and then also the late Gary, who played for St. Joseph's as well, captain St. Joseph's as well. Brilliant cricketers during their time, and then similarly in those same years we had from Ananda College players like Siddharth Vittamuni, and of course there was Tilan Vijay Singh and many other great cricketers as well, later followed down by Arjuna Ranatunga, Charit Seranaka and so on. And the Royal had their own cricketers as well, as the next delivery has been heaved away on the onside. That was a pitched up delivery, came on the front foot, a lot of bottom hand on that occasion by Jude, hit purposely in the air and picking up 2 runs. And then of course one remembers St. Thomas's as well, cricketers like Guy de Alvis and there are many others as well. And I'm sure you can rattle off some of the names of Royal and St. Thomas's, many of the cricketers who were there before you. And they're once again hitting down the ground, and that run taken on the half volley. Good connection there, hand-eye coordination perfect, coming on the front foot, a flat batted shot into the mid-off region, down to the boundary it goes for a welcome boundary.
Yeah, for sure. I think Rajiva mentioned this before as well. Attacking is the best form of defense, especially in the Colombo Cricket Club. If you try to get bogged down, if you try to go on defense mode, things are going to be a little difficult. As we've seen, Drew just taking the bowling on.
Well, I'm ready to hear some of those names.
From Royal, Ranjan Madugala, of course.
Oh, yes.
Is the pick. Chulak Amarasuriya, greats that didn't make the Sri Lanka side but then made their name in the under-19 and club.
Sumitra
Varnakulasuriya. And then when you come to the modern day, you get Banu Rajapaksa, Kusal Janit Pereira, Chamika Karunaratne, Lasith Tambuldenia.
Well, we talk about the Thomian lineup later on. So 25 overs have been completed in the Canadian innings. 92 for 7.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So after 25 overs, 92 for 7, the Canada Over-50s slowly building that target, the total. And Talati on 29, not out. What do you reckon, Ricky? What sort of a score? Because the track seems to be a lot of spinning.
Yeah, it's a tough track, as we all know, to bat on, Rajiv. I think they will be quite happy with the run rate. 25 overs, 92. You'll take it, right? It's the problem is that's another boundaries. It went right through the legs of the wicket keeper. These are all important runs for Canada. They won't mind how it comes as long as it comes. Once again, 4 byes signalled. Jude missing a full toss. I think he was looking to hammer that down the ground. He has to be careful. He got out yesterday, I think, when he was batting really well against Australia, and then played a similar shot and was stumped in that game.
Off the bowling of Warrington, I think in the pitch outside off stump delivery, he was trying to heave it towards the mid-wicket region and got out stump. He was 19 something.
Exactly.
Ricky. Got a start.
Yes, and today too. He's got a start. He's got to 9. Now he missed out on a full toss. He'll be disappointed that these loose deliveries, if you get a full toss or a very short delivery, you have to try and put it away to the boundary, because it's difficult to bat on this surface. So when you get the loose delivery, you have to make maximum use of it and try and capitalize and get the runs. But like I mentioned, 97, they will take it. It's just at 7 wickets. Now that is the worry. Talati has shown a lot of patience. 29 of 53. Now this is the sort of innings you need on a surface like this. You just graft, push the ones, push the twos, take it deep as possible, and try to see how much you can get, and try to set a target that probably you have some sort of a chance, isn't it?
Yeah, point of view on the South Africa side over-50s, Ricky, that was hammered, and that's the first 6 of the day. And I was talking about in the break, we are having a small chat. Either Canada batters need to go after the bowling, because hanging in there won't get much runs. You need to be positive of this bowling. And talking about the South African over-50 bowlers, they need to bring their top bowlers to get rid of these batters, Ricky, because they are just giving away runs now. And there's plenty of overs, because the more the deeper the game goes on, the Canadians are getting runs here. So anything over 150 will be an ideal score to defend, because the wicket seems to be in the 2-pace
situation. We'll come back to that in the next over. 26 done, 104 for 7.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් කරන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් the Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So that was a productive over for Canada. That's the type of overs that they needed. They need a few of those. Still a lot of overs remaining though. And the South Africans are rotating their bowlers, going with their spinners. I think a couple of their leading bowlers are not playing today's game, if I'm right as well.
They have
Rajiv, a few changes.
Yeah, but impressed to see how Ian Smith has bowled in the first game. Also, he picked up 5 wickets, Ricky. He was there. But still,
at Mount Lavinia, yes,
Mount
he bowled
Lavinia,
well.
23 for 5, and even today he has bowled well. So he's back into the attack. So that's what I was talking about, bringing your good bowlers, get rid of those loosen up deliveries. We need to get these two batters out. If you take this game deeper until the 40th over, in 14 overs, even if Canada gets 3 runs and over, they are off 250, which probably what Raj Dure was wanted. He wanted anything over 160. The toss he was saying, because a defendable score, fightable score,
And
anything over 150.
The main topic today, we'll come back to that. In the dressing room was Rajiv tried to bat the 45 overs. Yesterday they couldn't do that. They got 155 against a good Australian bowling lineup in 30 odd overs, but they were bowled out. So you bat the 45 overs and then you will have a score at the end of the day. If you bat 45 overs, you get 4 runs per over, you're going to get 200 easily. So that was the topic, that was the discussion. But so far, some of their players have been very disappointing. That's a good shot though. Jude picking that up early. It was on leg stump. It was a poor delivery by Smith. One of the very few poor deliveries he's bowled so far today. He's one of the main bowlers, like Rajiv mentioned, for South Africa. Jude picked it up early and he waited for it. What you could see in his couple of shots he's played, he's not tried to play early, go at the bowlers. He's just held back, waited for the ball. He knows the slowness of this wicket. And so far he's looking good.
Ricky, he got out stump trying to heave it towards the leg side. So his strong area is towards the leg side. He loves those cow corner shot sweeps. There you go, got off that spin. He saw that bounce and he got a lot of bite off the track.
Just a lot of grip, some purchase off the surface for Smith there. He's giving it a lot of fear. He's telling Jude, come and hit me. And he's taken him on. Has he connected well?
Oh, he drops a dolly there. Probably one of the easiest catches there, Henderson. That would have been...
From a South African international. He even played in the IPL for the Rajasthan Royals, Henderson. And he's put that one down. He'll be very, very disappointed.
That was a sitter. And a price wicket of Jude there. And, poor mistake.
And I feel for the bowler. You know, he was just tossing it up, telling Jude, come and hit me. He took him on. Didn't pick it. The bottom of the bat, bottom part. Top edge, in and out. That was a sitter. That was a dolly. Disappointing. South Africa needed that. Nelson on the board now. But that was also a poor shot selection by Jude. I mean, that is what you don't need. You know, you cannot just give your wicket away. You have to work for your runs. 27 done, 112 for 7.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Mama Gajaman.
So 112 for 7 after 27 overs. Reki, last 2 overs. The Canada Over-50s got 20 runs. Valuable runs. So Wayne Tarrant is into the attack. And this is good going by Jude. He has scored more than a run a ball. He gave a catch away. And a drop catch there by Henderson off the bowling of Ian Smith. It was a dolly. So Jude has a life here now. Shot and cut away. Firmly. Is it a boundary? Yes. Overcome boundary again. So this is good batting. Positive approach here. And we can see the body language of the South Africa Over-50s not up to the mark here. Yes, though they have picked up 7 wickets, that was nicely firm cut away. So that backward point region, and Jude Waniasinghe, he is batting brilliantly despite of that drop catch. He has a life. There you go, a wild swing again. Straight to.
Yes, he's going after the bowling, isn't it? If it's in the slot, he's going to go after it. He's not going to miss out. Played a few good shots in between, has given an opportunity. But he's probably taken your advice.
Yeah,
go for it.
I like the approach, that positive approach. You need to, you can't hang in there. If you bat that 45 overs, you will get runs. But you're getting out. You're not sticking there. You're not batting throughout. Either way, you need to go there, be positive, get some runs on the board, and somewhere close to 150 would be an ideal score, because it's the last 3 wickets. If these two batters can bat, go another swing. Is it a boundary? It's running away to the boundary through the mid-wicket region there. So this is good batting by Jude. A dolly was dropped by Henderson. And since then, they have picked up 10 more runs now off this over.
So that's another good hit. Important.
It was not struck firmly.
Cleanly, yeah. But he'll take it. He won't mind it. I think he's trying to hit it hard. So even those mistime shots are going to the boundary. The outfield is pretty quick here at the CCC. These are all important runs. Suddenly the momentum with Canada. Missam played that one outside the off stump. 122 for 7. Talat has bowled really well so far, but this over has been slightly expensive. He's already conceded 10 runs.
Yeah, these two have added valuable runs for Canada here. You can see Jude going after that. So the bowler said, is it a 6? Yes! That's his second 6. So this is what happens when you drop catches, Ricky. So that ends the over. 16 runs off that over. Interesting, valuable runs for Canada Over-50s. They're 128 for 7 after 28 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249. So 128 for 7 after 28 overs. Wian Smith continues to bowl from the pavilion end. So this was the last hit of the last ball of Tarrant.
It was in the slot, isn't it, Rajiv? And he went straight. That was the good thing about the shot. Didn't try to go over mid-wicket, try to slog it. He just played it clean. Even yesterday at the NCC, he played a couple of those shots and he looked really good when he was playing straight. Soon as he tries to play towards mid-wicket, that curve corner, then that's where he gets a bit of a trouble. And Talati playing that patient knock. He's just trying to bat through the overs, give the strike much as possible to Jude, take the innings deep as possible. This is good batting, good partnership. 46 of 37. Good going.
Best one so far for the Canadians here. Ricky, don't you see that the ball tends to come to the bat better than in the morning?
I think it hit his face. It bounced just in front of him. I hope he's okay. Is that the skipper? No, it isn't. It is number 5. That I think it was falling short of him. He went for the dive and it hit him onto his mouth. Hope not in serious there. Probably just hurt his lip. It was in the air for a while. He thought it was coming towards him. There you go. This is where. And it hit him flush on his face.
That's straight to his face off the bounce there. Yeah, he wouldn't have expected a diving effort. I was just talking about the South Africa Over-50s. Their shoulders have dropped after this partnership, after Jude cut off these boundaries. 2 6s and 3 4s. And he has hammered all around the park after that drop catch.
It's 130 now. They are going at a very good rate when you come in comparison here. So they are doing at a good rate. They keep these 3 wickets intact. Bat long as possible. Bat the next few overs. Get it. Just say target 30 overs, then 35 overs. Take it passage by passage. Talati just get the 1s and the 2s. Give Jude as much as the strike. And Jude
Ricky,
now he's got to 37. He needs to get going.
Talking about this partnership, out of 47, I know there have been few extras, but Talati has done only about 4-5 runs and contributed to this partnership. Apart from that, Jude has taken the upper hand in this game, and he has surpassed Talati after coming at number 9.
I think probably Talati would have scored just 5, like you mentioned, because there were 5 there were some
4 buys.
Yeah, so there's nothing much, and Jude has done all the run scoring.
Tossed up delivery, swept fine there, straight to square leg fielder. Again Henderson, a little bit of a juggle. He dropped a catch, and the score was 110, I think. So that's the end of the 29th over. 132 for 7.
So final over in the 30th over coming up. Smith, the bowler, the unlucky bowler, he should have had the wicket of Jude in the last over. Drop chance. Once again slowing it up. Jude was looking to hammer it through the offside. Adjusted his shot very late and played it towards the offside. A change of bowling. Is it? It's Henderson.
It's Taron Henderson. He dropped a catch. Now he has the responsibility to break this partnership, Ricky.
So
and now we can see that's a 50th run. And 50 runs have been added, these two, for the 8th wicket. The best partnership show so far. And we have seen some firecrackers as well. Another single. So now they have built the partnership and built the score. Now they are batting sensibly.
They're looking comfortable, isn't it? Looking much more comfortable. The early terrors that was there, you were mentioning probably the wicket has dried out. I think that may be one of the reasons. But the other reason, I think, is the counter-attack. I think the South African bowlers...
That approach.
Yeah, that drop chance and a couple of boundaries, a couple of sixers. And straight away, the pressure is back on the bowlers.
Now they have recovered, Ricky. Now what I can see there, another short delivery hammered towards the long on field. So that brings Jude to 40 now. Valuable runs, match-winning valuable runs, Ricky. When he came, they were 84 for the loss of 7 wickets. So just imagine the recovery they have made now.
Yes, and Talati with his experience has shown a lot of maturity in this partnership. I think he's keep talking to Jude, telling him, carry on, bat sensibly. He's played some good shots. Talati has played some good innings, had a good 40 odd against India in one of the early games. So 30 done, 135 for 7.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ThePapare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
30 overs done. Canada looking good after losing 7 wickets for 83 runs. It was 83 for 7 at one stage, and now a partnership is building up between Jude and Talati. Jude 40 from 29, playing the long handle, and Talati 36 from 64 deliveries, and 30 done in Canada's innings, 135 for 7. Joining with me, it's Ashley. A very good afternoon to you.
A very good afternoon to you, and very good afternoon to all our viewers as well. So Canada batting first, winning the toss, and they have now progressed to 135 with a loss of 7 wickets. Once again, a big heave, and down the ground, bit of a misfield, a tired-looking a fielder down there, not covering the line well, a lazy effort, so to say. The ball been knocked over the boundary line, and welcome runs to the Canadians.
That's what we were talking about in the morning as well. When the sun is melting out, it will be a good surface to bat on, and that's why Canada is now going over the bowlers. They see the ball really well. This time sliding down the leg side, given wide by the umpire.
So Vian Smith, 2 for 33 for him. His first spell was fantastic. A very, very good, consistent line and length he maintained, and made it very difficult for the Canadian batsman. But now he's been put to the sword here, and Canada is picking up runs at will, and already 6 runs in the first 3 deliveries. The projected score from this point onwards at 4.5, they should be able to get to about 210. But of course, the Proteas will have a different approach here. They realize another wicket here, and they'll be into the final few batters of the Canadian side. So they are certainly desperately now looking for a wicket.
Exactly. Vian Smith, 2 for 36 right now, picked up 2 important wickets of Canada. Oh, what a brilliant delivery. A brilliant delivery from Vian Smith. That was outside the off stump. Swing and a miss for Jude.
Well, there you are, the crafty Vian Smith tossing that ball, giving it plenty of air, inviting the batsman to go for a big shot, and that's what the batsman took the bait. Jude played across the line. As we watch the replays, there we are, tossed up delivery, advancing down the track, having a big heave at it, and missed it completely. And the captain of the South African team, over-50s, Solomon's taking the bails off immediately. And Canada losing their 8th wicket, 140 for the loss of 8 wickets.
A really good one to go down for South Africa. Jude Wanizing walks back to the pavilions, scoring 45 runs of 32. It was a good breakthrough for South Africa. They broke the partnership for a 46-run partnership that have take Canada up to 140. So it was 83 for 7, and now it's 142 for 8. The projected score, as you spoke earlier, it's 208 up to now. So only 2 wickets left for Canada.
You're certainly right, Jude. A beautiful hand by him. Used a long handle to good effect. 45 inches, 31 deliveries. And did heave the ball a number of occasions over the boundary line. He found the boundary with ease. Got his placement right, timing right. Went for the shots, mixing aggression with defense as well, and keeping the scoreboard ticking. And he certainly pushed the Canadians, who were at one stage 82 for the loss of 6 wickets, or rather 7 wickets. And with that blistering partnership with Talati, managing to take the score up to 142, and he perishes 45 of 31.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Well, Satika, we were talking about the fortunes of the two teams. The Canadians wanted to bat through and score as many runs as possible. And then I was also saying the Proteas will have different action plan. They will be thinking of picking up a wicket, and that's what they did. Perhaps it's a commentator's curse as far as the Canadian batters are concerned. Very unfortunate indeed. And Jude was batting extremely well, but couldn't hold the latter part of the innings together, falling for 45. Now let's see what Talati will do, and he certainly has work cut out for him. He has almost about another 15 overs to bat through and make sure that Canada sees the 45 overs as deep as possible.
Exactly. Shahid is the new batsman to come out the middle. It's a left hand, and two slips have been brought in place straight away to the left hand. And we need to talk about Vian Smith. Has picked up 3 wickets of Canadian innings. So he's been brilliant as we come to the end of 31st. It's 142 for 8.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So very good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, you're watching this live coverage. The match between Canada Over-50s and the South African Over-50s. Canada winning the toss in the morning, electing to bat first. Have progressed to 142 for 8. And, well, from the far end, the first delivery of the 32nd over has been declared a wide by the umpire, way outside the off stump by Tyrone. And next delivery once again, turned off his pads. Did he get enough bat, or did he get any bat at all? I'm not too sure. Or is it going to be leg umpires? We'll watch the umpires. But whichever the way, it doesn't matter. Canada will take those runs. 2 runs. Seems to have got some bat on that occasion. So it was played.
Indeed, those are crucial runs for Canada at this stage, with only 2 wickets in their hand, 8 down on Protea's pocket. So it's a Tyrant to continue from the other end. 19 runs so far into his 8th over. Just 4 runs so far from this over. And Talati was looking really good, 40 from 67, and Shahid, the new batsman, and he has to play that supporting role. I mean, that defending his end and let Talati to score more runs as they won't here, because I think 210, 220 will be a good challenging score to defend in this type of a pitch.
Certainly right. So Shahid will be told, just rotate the strike and give the strike as much as possible to Talati. He has been there for a long time. 67 deliveries he has faced. There we see the ball being run down towards the point region, opening the face of the bat on that occasion. Ball pitched on middle and off, spinning away from him, covers the line well and runs it down and picks up a single. Now that's what will be required to do. Shahid, well, if there's something to be hit, you do hit it. But otherwise, just work the ball on the on and on the off side. And there are lots of yawning gaps on the field on both sides of the wicket, and runs are there to be picked up.
Indeed, certainly. One thing about Tyrone is he's slowing up the ball in the air and tossed up. Another brilliant shot from Talati outside the off stump. Just kisses the boundary, and that's a welcome boundary for Canada after losing 8 wickets. It's 151 now. The scoreboard is 150 up for Canada.
Beautiful shot. That's a long hop by Tyrone. He dropped it short, way outside the off stump. Plenty of width. Allowing the batsman to free his arms there, get on the back foot and punch it well. Got his timing right, placement right. The ball just speeding through to the extra cover boundary. Good looking shot. There are 5 men on the offside. Pierce in the field on that occasion. Talati. Now this is good cricket. Good comeback by Tehran as he tosses that ball up on middle and off, bringing the batsman defensively forward. No addition to the score. Good watchful cricket by the Canadian batsman.
An expensive over from Tehran. 10 out of his over. He has completed his 8 overs. It's 26 for Tehran, and as we come to the end of 32nd, it's 152 for 8.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So it's Vian Smith back again with ball in hand, marshalling his troops well, making a few adjustments in the field. Point, an extra cover, a sweeper cover, long off on the boundary line. So there's 4 on the offside, 5 on the onside. So he comes and bowls, and this time bowling wicket to wicket. Taken on the onside and punching it down towards the long on region. And Shahidi picking up a single in the process. Or is it Talati? Talati who was on strike for the last delivery. And now brings Shahidi, the left-hander. Few changes in the field. A slip, a gully in place, and a short silly mid-on, who's standing about 15 yards, waiting for that drive that is hit uppishly. And then there's extra cover, a mid-off, all on the offside. And on the onside, there's a deep square leg on the boundary line, a short mid-wicket, and a mid-on the onside.
Yeah, maybe they are trying to get ball more deliveries to Shahid, get him on strike as much as they can to avoid that single. They have close fielding positions and to restrict that single, not getting Talati the strike.
Well, Shahid very much up to it, and that ball taken from middle and off, place it down, off his pads, down towards the short square leg region, picking up a single. Thought of chancing the arm of the fielder there, thought of the second run as a shy came to the non-strikers in, but decides against it. Single. 2 more deliveries left in the 33rd over, and 2 singles and 2 dot balls. As taken on the full this time by Talati, and drives it along the ground and picking up a single in the process. So he certainly is batting well within himself, holding this Canadian batting together. He has got to 47. He's the top scorer now. He surpassed Jude, who made 45, the previous man out. And a rollicking partnership of 52 for the 8th wicket. And bringing a lot of respectability to the Canadian innings as we see the final delivery coming to an end of the 33rd over. 155 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Watch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Husna Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So welcome back to the CCC Grounds, yet better Crescent. Look at the Canadian scorecard. Well, nothing much pleasing to see. Only 3 batsmen getting onto double figures. Talati out there yet on 47 of 72 deliveries. 12 to Panchabia, who made 12 of 21. And then Jude, goodness me, what a hand by him. 45 just came in, 32 deliveries. And he certainly propped up the Canadian batting. As you look at some of the skyscrapers here in Colombo. And well, a beautiful Colombo, a little hazy, but the conditions absolutely brilliant for cricket. And there we see the next delivery taken from middle and off, using the outside edge, running it down towards the vacant third man region. Runs and runs on offer for the Canadians, and it's coming thick and fast now.
What a way to bring up his half century. It's Talati, a well composed innings from the right hand for Canada. It was a very good innings. Since the start of the play, he was brilliant. A well-constructed innings.
Certainly, he was there for a long time. And at one stage, seeing the side sliding down, 6 wickets down for 82. And holding it and making sure that he keeps at it, put his head down. And then mixing caution with aggression. And he certainly has been the mainstay of the Canadian batting so far.
Time right on the money. Was outside the off stump. A defensive stroke from Shahid. Actually, it is what he is supposed to do out there in the middle. Just playing that supporting role for Arif Talati, who has made his half century just the ball ago with 3 runs.
Here comes Sharon, and this time drops his shot, allowing the batsman to play it down on the offside. And well fielded, but yet a single. So we are at Maitland Crescent, CCC Grounds, and plenty of cricketing infrastructure in this vicinity. To the left of us, we have the NCC Grounds, and then a little way down, we have the SSC, one of the premier most cricket grounds here in Sri Lanka, a test venue as well. And then behind that, we have the Mercantile Cricket Association, and then also the DSL Nayaka school grounds as well. And to the right of us, we have the Torrington Square. And then we have the rugby grounds behind the race course, the past race course, old race course, so to say. As we see the next delivery, drops his shot, and on the back foot, pulling it well into the boundary for another welcome 4.
Indeed, that's a half volley from Tyrone, short, and there was the width that Talati wanted, pounced on it, and nicely constructed it away to the boundary rope. He moves up to 54 with that boundary. Canada 163 for 8 right now, settling nicely out there in the middle with Talati playing that anchor role for Canada. Since his start of his innings, 54 from 75 deliveries. Look very patient, striking the loser deliveries and attacking whenever he meets those junk deliveries as well.
So we're talking about the race course. It's not that now, it has been all dismantled, and a wonderful rugby grounds there as well. And behind that is the Royal Cricket Grounds. As we see the 34th over coming to an end, Canada batting first, winning the toss in the morning, 163 for the loss of 8 wickets. So here we are. You're with the Papare Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, as we bring you this live coverage of the IMC Over-50s World Cup and the 4th edition happening here in Sri Lanka. It all began in 2018 with Australia defeating Pakistan by 3 runs. And then in the next edition, in 2020, it was moved to Cape Town. The first edition played in Sydney, Australia. And then in Cape Town, the tournament was prematurely stopped because of COVID. And then once again it was staged in the following year. And then it was 2023 with England beating South Africa in Cape Town. And now here we see in Sri Lanka 14 teams in the fray and divided into 2 groups, A and B. And we are down to the final few games. And today there's an interesting game happening at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds between Sri Lanka and New Zealand. And both teams have to make it a win to progress to the semi-finals. We'll see whether we can get the scores of that match. And Sri Lanka will certainly give it all what they got. They lost to England a couple of days back, being bowled out for a paltry 143. And England romping home, getting to 144 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Very easy win for the strong English side. And today it's a do-or-die game both for Sri Lanka and New Zealand as they battle it out to a semi-final position.
Indeed, as we are talking about New Zealand versus Sri Lanka match, which is held in NCC. New Zealand batting first, 156 for the loss of 5 wickets. So it's 34.2 overs right now. So they have another 10 or 11 overs to go with John Gary right out there at the middle with a top scoring 48 runs. And it is Saman Jayant who has picked up 2 wickets for Sri Lanka, and as well as Upun Chandana, Damida Wijayasekara and Suwanji Madanayaka picking up 1 wicket each. So it's a do-or-die game, as you said earlier.
So it's all happening at the NCC grounds. New Zealand batting first, apparently 156 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Sri Lanka probably holding the upper hand there. But New Zealand do possess a very strong bowling lineup as well. And here we are at the CCC grounds, the 35th over, 3 more deliveries left. Canada, well, a serious recovery to their innings. 82 for 6 at one stage. Now they have got to 163 for the loss of 8 wickets. And Talati holding these innings together. And joining him is Shahid as he hammers that ball but can't get it past the 30-yard circle. So any time a batsman gets bat onto ball and beats a 30-yard circle, it will run down.
$164 for 8 right now. Canada looking good with Talati batting 54 from 76 and very good over from Holiday. It's just a 1 run from this over. A good bowling change from the captain itself, Mario Solomons from South Africa, who is keeping the wickets for today's game. Another good off spinner. Another dot delivery as we see the end of the 35th over. It's 164 for 8.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So 164 for 8 after 35 overs. They were 84 for 7 at one stage when Jude Wanyasinghe came into the crease and he had a good run with the bat, hammering all around the park. Gave a chance earlier, but Tyron Henderson dropped him when he was somewhere in the early stages of his innings. But all in all, after Arvi Talati has done a tremendous job here, held into his nerves, build that innings, build a nice partnership with Jude Vania Singh. Now we have a fight in this game. Shaminder, welcome back. Good afternoon to you. So 164 for 8 in 35 overs. They have 10 overs left, 60 balls. So if they can cross over that mark to 200, I think we will have a good game coming up. The wicket looks good now compared to the morning session. The first also. And Jude Vania Singh getting out for 45, facing just 32 deliveries, 5 boundaries and 2 towering sixes. And they had a good partnership. They were 83 for 7 and 59 runs added to the 8th wicket. And these two batters have added 22 as well for the 9th wicket now.
Yeah, Thalati has definitely carried the brunt of this inning for the Canadians. Brilliant batting by him. Faced 78 deliveries. Wide to start off. Holiday is over. But a brilliant fight back by the Canadians. They put a rather respectable score now on the board from where they were in the morning. Definitely things looking settled. The pitch has played out well as well.
Another single to the total there for Shahidi.
Shahid would just want to rotate the strike, get Thalati on strike as much as possible. He's set.
See, when Jude Vania Singh was batting, they had a positive approach. Now they have got back to the game and built up that score from where it was, from 83 for 7. And now they need to see these 10 overs off, get those singles in, probably 30 runs added. If they can cross over somewhere close to 200, because in one game West Indies was in a similar position. One batter, Anthony Saidio, getting 100 there, and they got 199 for 8 in their allocated 45 overs. And South Africa were bundled out for 181. So there has been a bit of ups and downs for South Africa while chasing. So even they have won only just one game, I suppose. So this is a good chance for the Canadian Over-50s side to grab a win if they can bat a few more overs. If they can bat the entire 45 overs, would be ideal. Great achievement from 83 for 7. They have 9 overs left after this over, so good going. I mean, brilliant platform here built by Arif Thalati. He's sticking there, doesn't have that firing line, just like Jude Vania Singh, but he tends to be the anchor role. There you go. Perfectly cut away to the boundary there. This is good batting. We talk about positive batting. This is a bad ball, punched away to the boundary. So this is good batting there by Arif Thalati.
It's just what the doctor ordered for the Canadians. Stay there in the wicket, settle down. Don't take too many risks and chances.
There was no risk at all. It's a bad ball. Just punched it and cut away to the boundary into the gap because the lightning outfield. And the ball travels so fast, no fielders can go after the ball because the ball race always in this ground. See, it's so dried up. The weather looks so fumingly hot here in Colombo. There are plenty of games coming up, the big matches coming up here in Sri Lanka. When you talk about the big match, the oldest one is the Royal Tour. I have a Royalist here with me.
You're definitely looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I missed the game last year. The first time in my life ever since I joined school. Wasn't a happy feeling. But definitely looking forward to not just the Roy Tour, but the entire big match season this year. Most games being played over 3 days for the first time, including the Joe Pete.
Yeah, it's the first time playing the Joe Pete, the 3-day games. Because we have failed to get results. It's good initiative by the Sri Lanka cricket. And they have mentioned all the big matches should be played in 3-day formats. So because it's a good option because the players come after school to play club cricket, whereas it's always 3-day games. So that's end of the 36th over. Canada Over-50s 172 for 8 in a commanding position here at CCC Grounds.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So 172 for 8 after 36 overs. They have recovered from 83 for 7. Added a good total for the spinners here for Canada. It's not going to be easy to chase as well. But the wicket looks good, Shamita.
Yeah, Arif Talati has been the man for Canada. We want to just keep batting. If I were either of these batsmen, I would not even look at the scoreboard. I wouldn't even bother. I'd just put my head down and just bat the overs on. Pile on as much runs as possible.
Yeah, plenty of time. See, alongside 9 overs with this over. That's swept fine. See it running away to the boundary. Yes, indeed. No fielder there. It's brilliant batting here by Talati. Loose delivery. Pitched way down the leg side. Swept fine there towards that fine leg region. This is good batting.
Yeah, that was meant to be hit outside leg. Easy pickings for the batsman. No fielder boundary riding there.
You can see the shoulders have dropped off the South African fielders, even the bowlers. And this is mediocre bowling here now. And they have taken a good upper hand. Canada here. This is how the game works. This is how the context of the game. See, tossed up delivery again. Flicked firmly towards the mid-wicket region for another single. This is how the beauty of this cricket game. One side 83 for 7 down. And the South Africans would have restricted them to a below score, probably 110 to 120. But now with the drop catches coming in, and see the game has twisted now.
Yeah, most of the wickets that the Canadians conceded were loose shots, with poor shot selection as well. It's not that a lot of pressure was applied from the South Africans. The fielding has been appalling. Holiday tossed up again. Not much pressure applied by the South Africans. You can see even Holiday just ambling onto his mark.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bowl the overs out. So if they try to bowl the overs out, that means if not they're taking wickets, they will have to face a huge issue here with chasing down 200 plus score. So that's the end of the 37th over. Canada 178 for 8.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So that's wide given. So poor start to the 38th over. Yeah, loosen up delivery there. A couple of wides in the previous over as well. Russell. So far he has picked up 1 wicket despite bowling. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pitch outside the off stump, inviting Shahid to drive. But not much of movement that went through the arm. Russell Krug.
Shahid tried to pounce on it as well. Eyes would have lit up. Loose delivery. Not much protection on the off as well. Could have easily picked up a 4.
He completely missed it there. Pitched up delivery. The ball got dipped. Of that full toss, probably it was meant to be a low full toss. He tried to get it struck firmly, but completely missed and went down to the bat. Would have had a good run for Russell Crook if he pitched stump to stump. Would have had Shahid curtains for him, but good comeback 3 deliveries. This is what it has to be done by the South Africa bowlers. They need to keep it tight. If you want to bowl out the overs, you need to restrict runs. So not give away those risky boundaries, those misfields. 1 or 2 singles an over is fine, but you shouldn't be bowling those boundary balls. Just keep it tight, because Talati looks pretty good. He needs to get into strike, so that's what Shahid needs to do. Get off strike and get it back to Talati, because he's striking brilliantly here. And had a slow start, very slow start. Now he has picked up the momentum back onto the Canada Over-50s, because he had good support from Jude Wanyasinghe, so eyes lit up after he came into the crease. Watchfully played, trying that quick single, but
I'd like more pressure to be applied on Shahid. Right now, South Africa has a widespread field, even for Shahid. Talati, I understand. It's good to have him covered up off in the field. But Shahid, I would put much more pressure on him and keep him on strike as much as possible. And at least if South Africa are looking to bowl out their overs, have Shahid take more strike of it.
Yeah, quick single there to end the over. So this is good batting. He took the strike for the next over. So that's the end of the 38th. Canada Over-50s 181 for 8.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Talati back on strike on 66, having faced 91 deliveries.
He's done a tremendous job here. Nice platform built here. Held his nerves in one end, and the wickets were tumbling one after the other. He's got brilliant support there by Jude Wanyasinghe. He got a 32 ball, 45 runs. Now that partnership of 59 for the 8 wicket did the damage. Most of it for the South Africans here.
Now we see a change in field, just as we spoke in the previous over, to try and put more pressure on Shahid. But still, plenty of singles on offer. Shahid too comfortable to rotate strike, get Talati back on the wicket.
Even though he is bowling his third over, he's not afraid to toss up the ball against Talati. He wants to go, make sure Talati going after his bowling. He has 3 fielders down there at the boundary on the leg side. It's a normal field setting for an off spinner coming in, bowling round the wicket to a right-hander. You can see there's one in the cow corner there, and mid-wicket, a square leg and a long on. Heaved it towards the mid-wicket region there. Straight to the mid-wicket field for another single. This is going to be an interesting game, Shaminda. I can sense it. Because chasing down South Africa will have to do well, to bat well. So with that dot ball, ends the 39th over. Canada Over-50s 184 for 8.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So 184 for 8 after 39 overs. We're in the last stages of the Canada Over-50s innings. They have 6 overs left. They have done a good job here. Built up that total more than what the skipper expected. He was saying anything over 160. Rajure was saying 160 would be an ideal score. He's not sure whether it's a good track to bat or bowl, but he decided to bat first here. They have recovered from 83 for 7 at one stage. Wickets were tumbling one after the other, but Talati has done a tremendous job. His first half of the innings of deliveries, 96 balls, done a tremendous job hanging in there. He's on 69.
There's still a wide spread out field for Shahid. It's almost as if they want Talati on strike.
What the South Africa needs to do, try and bowl plenty of dot balls against Shahid. Get those boundary line fielders into where they can stop the singles. Oh, yes. We're talking about good batting and talking about a change of field. So that ends Shahid's innings. So Russell Krug picks up his second wicket here. So that's the 9th wicket for Canada Over-50s. They're 185 for 9. Nicely pitched up. He was bowling this line throughout even the last over. There you go. Getting that thick edge. Straight to Marius Solomons there behind the stumps. The skipper for South Africa Over-50s. So Shahid departs for 7. And 185 for 9. Canada Over-50s.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ThePapare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකා.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So So 185 for 9. The 40th over. And these two batters, see, at one stage they were 140. These two partnership, another break of the partnership for the 9th wicket. Yeah, these two batters have added 43 again for the 9th wicket. So they were 142 for 8 at one stage. And South Africa, Russell Crook breaking that partnership. That brings Kingsley. Oh, there you go. So I was talking about this. There's 3 balls left in this over. But 185 all out here. That's a first ball duck for Kingsley. It's a good Yorker. Hit on straight. He went cross batting. He would have stopped it there. It's a plum in front for Russell Crook. So that's the end of the innings for the Canada Over-50s. Good fight back. They were 83 for 7 at one stage. So the last few pairs, except the last wicket, Kingsley, Sebastian Pillay getting out for a duck. And they added 59 for the 8th wicket and 43 for the 9th wicket. It's a good recovery from the Canada Over-50s here.
Yeah, the Canadians would definitely be glad going back into the hut with a 180 on the board from where they were before. A very respectable score. They will look forward to being in the shade for a while, grab a quick lunch.
Yeah, Arif Talati has done a tremendous job. He's got 69 runs for the Canada Over-50s with that half century. There you go. He's not out on 69. Facing 96 deliveries. Apart from those, the top order was completely dismantled here. No one coming into the game because haven't scored. Anyone has scored double figures except down there. Punch by getting 12. Jude Wanyasinghe, the man at the moment. He changed the momentum. He changed the game for Canada Over-50s. Coming at number 9. Scored 45 runs in just 32 deliveries with 5 boundaries and 2 towering sixes. That changed the momentum of Talati as well because he needed someone there to build that partnership. And apart from that, there's nothing much to talk about the Canadian batting. Those two batters have done a tremendous job there. Shahid supporting with 7 at coming in for the 10th wicket. The 9th wicket. They had a 43-run partnership. So pick at the bowlers. Wian Smith, 39 for 3. He is allocated 9 overs. Russell bowled well initially at the start and coming in back at the game with his second spell, picking up those 2 wickets for 26 runs. You see all of the wickets, they were 83 for 7. And since then, see the 8th wicket partnership and the 9th wicket partnership, which they have added over 102 runs. So those 200 runs in the last, the tail adding up those 102 runs would have had a good chance for the Canada Over-50s here because they were targeting anyway. They had to minimize their target to 120 when they were 83 for 7, but they have recovered over beyond expectations from the skipper. He wanted 160 to fight because they have good spinners in their pack. So these are the highlights. Openers walking in there. Here and there they got few boundaries, but not anyone getting that start except for Talati in the top order. Everyone failing, getting off that start with a few boundaries, but failing here and there. But none of the top order batters except for Talati got into double figures. Those are the fall of wickets there. It was coming here and there. Wickets for the South Africa Over-50s. And they bowled well until the moment of Jude Wanyasinghe coming into the crease and hammering all around. See those wickets. Starrett picking up his first wicket. Everyone got a start, even Iqbal getting off start with those lovely boundaries of his bat. but not capitalizing to build that partnership. Pasha, I mean, you see those wickets falling, cross line, those strokes.
Yeah, it definitely is a reflection of how the wicket played out as well towards the end of the game, toward the end of the inning rather, of Canada.
That's Kaiser getting off a good start, but failing again.
So 3 batsmen made it to double figures.
That's the unnecessary run out of Dion Earth. After that wicket, then brings Ahmad Panchbaya. He made a valuable effort there, batting at number 8. Then brings Jude Vania Singha. And those tail adding those runs. That was the 6th there. He batted brilliantly. All around the park, he loves those whacks over the mid-wicket region. There was 1-6. That was the pick of the shot for me. Over the bowler's head for a 6. Yeah, that's the one. That was his second 6. That was a pick of the shots for me. And there you go, he's getting out there cheaply. He loves to go towards the leg side. But that was a good wicket from Ian Smith. Then we had a good partnership again. And that was the wicket. There was no support there initially for Arif Talati. But those two tail-enders, Jude Vania and Shahid, giving that support to Talati to build this score of 185 runs. A fighting score. And South Africa Over-50s need 186 runs. It'll be a good chase coming up. So we will be back after the lunch break in approximately in about half an hour's time. Stay tuned with ThePapare.com here. And we'll see you after the lunch break.
Legends වැඩසටහන තුළින් අප ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ඉතිහාසයේ ප්‍රවීණයන් කීප දෙනෙක්ම ඔබ යාදෙන් දෙට ගෙනාවා. අද ඔබ අමුමට පැමිණෙන්නේ ඉතාමත් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රිකටරයෙක්. ශ්‍රීමත් රොන් බ්‍රැඩ්මන්, ශ්‍රීමත් විවියන් රිචර්ඩ්ස්, ස්ටීව් වෝ සහ සචිත් තෙන්දුල්කර් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ප්‍රවීණ මානසික ලැබූ ක්‍රිකටර් වුණාට ඔවුන් කිසි කෙනෙක් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දාලා ක්‍රීඩාවට කැප් කරන්නේ නැහැ. ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දාලා ක්‍රීඩකයා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ Dilishan. I want Dilishan of Sakata Ulima Alam can be looking full Abadian tackle of the
පඳුර රකින්න ගත්තත් උපරිම එක පඳුර රැකීමේ හැම ස්ථානයක පඳුර රැකලා තියෙන සමහර ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉන්නවා ෂෝට් එක සිල්විඩෝ මේ පඳුර රකින්න ඉතින් මම හිතට පඳුර රැකලා තියෙනවා ස්ලිප් එකේ ඒ ෆස්ට් ස්ලිප් ඉඳන් ගලියනක පඳුර රැකලා තියෙනවා කවර් පොයින්ට් එක මම හිතන්නේ පඳුර රැකීමේ කොතනද පඳුර රැකීමේ
අපේ කාලේ සමහරලාට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකටයකුයි ලබා ගත්තා පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නැහැ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දි. මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දු යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙන. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූඩක් සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඒ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට දුලිප් ලියනගේට එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් අපි යූස් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා වසීමක්. කිව්වා හරි කියලා. ඉතින් මට මං අයින් වෙලා මං ගියා. යන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලත් මට මාසයක් දෙකක් තිබ්බා. එතකොට මම අර අපි ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්‍රීමියර් ලීග් කියලා. එතකොට ගහන්න තිබ්බ එක ගහන්න නැතුව අපි ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් කරා. ඒකේ මම ටූර්නමන්ට් ඩිරෙක්ටර් වෙලා හිටියා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉමර්ජින් ටුවර් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒකේ මම මැනේජර්ත් වෙලා තමයි මං ගියේ. අන්තිම දවස් වෙනකම් මම වැඩ කරලා මං ගිහිල්ලා මම බලද්දි මට සිස්ටම් එක හරි ආස වුණා. ඒ සිස්ටම් එක හරි ඩිසිප්ලින්. ඒ වගේම මට මාසයක් යන්න කලින් මට කෝල් එක ආවා. මේ ඉස්ලාමයේ ආවේ අන්ඩර් 19 කෝච් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. නමුත් මං බැඳපු අලුතයි ගොඩක් ට්‍රැවලින් තිබ්බා. මේ ලංකාව වගේ නෙවෙයි. මේ ස්ටේට් එකෙන් ස්ටේට් එකට යන්නත් නිකන් රටකට යනවා වගේ. ඉතින් මට ගොඩක් කාලය නැති හින්දා මං කිව්වා මට තාම බෑ එච්චර කාලය දෙන්න. ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා නම් කොහොම වගේ සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එකට එන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා කොහොමද වෙලාව එහෙම කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන් කියද්දි මගේ වෙලාවට ඒක මේ සුදුසු වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා රයිට් මං සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එකට එන්නම් කියලා. ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා එහෙනම් එතනත් කිව්වා එහෙනම් ඔයාලට එහෙම ඉඳලා ඔයාලට වෙලා තිබ්බ ගමන් කියන්න කෝච් කරන්න කියලා. ඉතින් එහෙම තමයි මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. ඒගොල්ලන් මට මාසයක්වත් නැතුව මට ඒගොල්ලන් දැනගත්තා මෙහෙම එක්කෙනෙක් රටට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් ඒගොල්ලන් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් එන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් දක්ෂ ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා ස්ටැට්ස් වලින් දන්නවා මේගොල්ලන් කොහොම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවද එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් තියෙනවද කියලා. ඒගොල්ලන් ගෙනල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ බ්‍රේන් එක පික් කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් මේ අහගෙන ඉඳලා ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ දේවල් හොඳට අහගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ට් උත් කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් මේ අනිත් එක දැන් සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එක වුණත් දැන් මෙහෙනම් අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරලා ස්පෝර්ට්ස් මිනිස්ටර් යවන්න ඕනේ අප්‍රූවල් එක ගන්න. මම හිතන්නේ එතනම අපි මේක පොලිටිකල් කරගන්නවා. ඉතින් එහෙම දෙයක් නැහැ. ඒ සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එක දුන්නාම අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරාම රයිට්. මෙහෙමනේ ඉතින් අපි ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ජොබ් එකක් කරන්නේ. ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ජොබ් එකේ ඔබ හොඳට කරන්නේ නැත්නම් ඔබ එළියට දාන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ඊට පස්සේ දුක් වෙලා වැඩක් නැහැ. Tamanට ජොබ් එකක් දුන්නාම රෙස්පොන්සිබිලිටි එකක් දුන්නාම ඒක හරියට කරනවා නම් ඒගොල්ලන් මොනවද කියන්නේ කරන්න යන්න දෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් තේරෙනවා නම් මෙයා හරියට කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා thank you very much goodbye කියනවා. ඉතින් සාධාරණ. ඒක තමයි හැමතැනම වෙන්න ඕනේ. මම හිතන්නේ not only in sports මම හිතන්නේ හැම ජොබ් එකක වුණත් තමන් හොඳට කරනවා නම් තමන්ට ඒක කරගෙන යන්න ඕනේ. තමන් ෆේලියර් නම් ඒක goodbye කියලා වෙන කෙනෙක්ව ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව්. ඉතින් එක්සත් ජනපදයට එක්ක මේ වෙලාවේ ඔබ වැඩ කරමින් ඉන්නේ. අපි දන්නවා ලෝකේ වටෙම එක්සත් ජනපදයට ක්‍රීඩකයන් පැමිණෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට වුන් සෑහෙන හොඳින් තමන්ගේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ගොඩනගමින් ඉන්නවා අනාගතය සඳහා. එතකොට ඔබට හම්බ වෙනවා ඇති ඉන්දියානු, පාකිස්තානු, ඒ වගේම අග්නිදිගාසියානු පවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් හොංකොං වගේ රටවල් වල. ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා එක්සත් ජනපදයේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් එක්ක වැඩ කරද්දී ඔබ දකින්න වෙනස්කම් ඒ වගේම ඔබ උකහාගත්ත දේවල් ඔවුන්ගෙන් මොනවාද ඇමරිකා එක්සත් ජනපද ක්‍රිකට් වලට ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් සහ මොනවාද සැලසුම් ඉදිරියේදී? ඔව්. දැන් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ 4-5 දෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා හොඳට කරනවා. ඒ දැන් මේ මං කිව්වා වගේ මේ නිමා වුණු මේ මයිනර් ලීග් එකෙත් හොඳටම කරා. මම හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය තමයි highest run getter උනේ. හොඳටම කරනවා. අර කිව්වා වගේ ඒගොල්ලන් ICC rule එකක් තියෙනවා. අවුරුදු 3ක් ඇවිල්ලා රටේ ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඒකෙන් මාස 2යි එළියට යන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම වුණා. මම හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය තව අවුරුද්දකින් විතර qualify වෙනවා. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය qualify වුණ ගමන් සමහරලාට මේ national team එකට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මම එකක් කියන්න ඕනේ මේ ලේසියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න බෑ. දැන් අර මං කිව්වා වගේ උන්මුක් චාන්ස්ලා එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා ඒ වගේ ලෙවල් එකේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ දැන් පොඩ අපේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වෙනවා වගේ ඒගොල්ලොමුත් එනවා. දැන් අපි හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ විතරයි මේ ඇමරිකාවට එන්නේ කියලා. එනවා වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් වලින් එනවා හෙන ගොඩක්. මොකද එතන ළඟයි. හරිද? ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ඉන්ඩියන්ස්ලා තමයි ක්‍රිකට් end of the day run කරන්නේ. මේ ඇමරිකාවෙත් ඉන්ඩියන්ස් කියන්නේ ඇමරිකන් ඉන්ඩියන්ස්ලා. ඉතින් මේ ලේසියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න බෑ. අවුරුදු 3 හිටියත් සමහර ඉතින් එහෙම ගහන්න බෑ. මොකද තමන් හොඳ වෙන්න ඕනේ. තමන් හොඳ වෙන්න ඕනේ. අර හොඳ වෙන්න අර මං කිව්වා වගේ අනිත් කන්ට්‍රීස් වලින් පාකිස්තාන, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන්, ඉන්දියා වලින් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගොඩාක් මේගොල්ලන් දැන් ගෙන්නනවා. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එකක් තියෙනවා. ප්ලෑන් එක මේජර් ලීග් එකක් කියලා ගහන්න. මේ ප්‍රීමියර් ලීග් මේ මයිනර් ලීග් එකත් ටීම්ස් ගොඩක් නම් ඒකෙන් ටිකක් අඩු කරලා මේජර් ලීග් එකක් ගන්න. දැන්ටම ෂාරුක් ખાන් කියලා තියෙනවා. යා මේ ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් නයිට් රයිඩර්ස් කියලා ටීම් එකක්
දානවා කියලා මේ මේජර් ලීග් එකට. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූඩා සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. ඉතින් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩකයන් ආවත් එහෙම මේ අවුරුදු 3ක් හිටියත් සමහරවිට ලේසි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. තමන් හොඳ නැත්තම් තමන්ට මේ chance එකක් නැහැ national team එක මේ represent කරන්න.
ඔව් වැඩසටහන ආරම්භයේදීත් ඔබ කිව්වා ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඇමරිකානු ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඔවුන් අතර ජනප්‍රිය කරවන්න වැඩසටහනක් තියෙනවා කියලා. එතකොට මේ වෙනකොට ඔවුන්ගේ ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඇමරිකානු ජාතිකයන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ගැන තියෙන උනන්දුව මොන වගේද? ඔවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව හඳුනනවාද? ඔවුන් දැන් අපි දන්නවා සාමාන්‍ය ඉන්දියානු පාකිස්තානු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ තමයි මේ වැඩිපුර ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. එතකොට මොන වගේ සැලසුමක්ද තියෙන්නේ ඔවුන් අතරට ක්‍රීඩාව ගෙනියන්න? අපිට ඒ කියන්නේ අපි වාණිජ්‍යමය වශයෙන් ගත්තත් ඊටාම හොඳයි ඒ වගේ රටකට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ජනප්‍රිය වෙන එක. ඉතින් මොන වගේ සැලසුමක්ද තියෙන්නේ?
ඔව් සැලසුම කියන්නේ දැන් මම අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මම පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ගිහිල්ලා සමහර ඔය එහෙ ජාතිකයන්ගෙන් අහද්දී ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන එක දන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් අවුරුදු 4කින් ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා මොකක්ද හරියටම ක්‍රිකට්. ඒ කියන්නේ එතනින්ම තේරෙනවා මේගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එක ටික ටික වැඩ කරනවා කියලා. ඉතින් අර කිව්වා වගේ 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් ඔලිම්පික් එකට ඇතුළත් කරන්න මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරන්න ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මේ දැන් හෙට අනිද්දා තියෙන ප්ලෑන්ස් උත් අමතකයි. ඒගොල්ලන් 2028 එකට තමයි ඒගොල්ලන් ප්ලෑන් කරන්නේ දැම්ම. ඉතින් එතරම්ම ඒගොල්ලන් මහන්සි වෙනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඔලිම්පික් එකට ඇතුළත් කරොත් එහෙ ජාතිකයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරලා දෙන්න. ඉතින් අර කිව්වා වගේ පොඩ දැන් ඉම්ප්‍රූව් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඔය මෙක්සිකෝ ජාතිකයන් ඉන්නවා, ඇමරිකාවේ පදිංචි වෙලා වෙන රටවල ඉන්නවා ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතේට සෙල්ලම් කරලා නැති අහලා නැති රටවල වලින්.
A very good afternoon to all our viewers. Welcome to the CCC Grounds. And this is the IMC World Cup Over-50s happening between Canada and the South African Over-50s two teams. Well, in the morning, Canada won the toss, had no hesitation in taking first slice of the wicket, and they managed to get 186 on the board. At one stage, they were 61 for the loss of 7 wickets. Or are they 82 for the loss of 7 wickets?
Yeah, welcome back, Ashley. Good afternoon. So they were 83 for 7 at one stage. And that brings Jude Wanyasinghe into the crease. And they had a tremendous partnership of 59 runs. Added to the 8th wicket. And major damage done by Jude Wanyasinghe. He scored 45 runs in that partnership. Of 59 runs, and he got out at 142 for 8 at one stage, and that brings Shahid to the crease. Then Arif Talit took the upper hand and scored his 69 runs not out, and eventually there was another partnership for the 9th wicket of 43 runs where Shahid scored somewhere around 6 to 7 runs. Major damage on that partnership was done by Arif Talit, where eventually they got out all out for 185. So those two partnerships, when they were 83 for 7, have added 102 runs by the tail of Canada Over-50s. So that made a huge difference into the context of this game, because they were struggling. At one stage, even we were thinking that this game is going to end up pretty soon like the other games, because all these games are mostly these sides getting out at somewhere around 110, 120, 150. Those runs were chased down pretty easily by other batters. Even Sri Lanka getting out for 147 against England, and the game was over by 4 o'clock. And England winning by 9 wickets. That was the first ball there. So it's a good recovery by the Canada Over-50s coming into the game, because they need some runs for their bowlers to bowl at. So they have done a tremendous job with the tail alongside Arif Talit. He was unbeaten on 69 with 7 boundaries and helping the cause of the team brilliantly. So that's the first runs from the South Africa innings there.
Well, you're certainly right. They made heavy weather in the early part of the innings. The Canadians, they were at one stage 4 wickets down for 20 runs or 24. And then there was a spate of runs being picked up here and there, which helped them to get through to the middle overs until they lost that middle order with 83 for 7. And then came those partnerships and finally swelling that score to 186.
Oh, Shah had the stumps. The ball's running away towards the boundary there. Probably picking up a couple there. Unnecessary try at the stumps there. It's clearly that the batter was beyond the crease there. And that's the replay. There, it was unnecessary, costing one more extra run. The runs are gold here for Canada because they fought hard to score this 185 runs, so you shouldn't be giving those unnecessary singles and runs away. Make sure that South Africa has to deserve or hard to get to this score. So has to be pretty much disciplined here. Oh, there you go, a misfield there, and the ball is flying towards the boundary. Ultimately, Dion stopping that ball. So the batter's crossing. Oh, close call. Would have hit the stumps there.
If it was a direct hit, certainly the batter would have found he was struggling, and certainly would have been a wicket for the Canadians. Well, everything happened here in this early part of the innings. The very first over, a couple of misfields and overthrows, and then the batter struggling to regain their crease, and they were going for the second run there. And once again a misdirected return, allowing South Africa Over-50s to survive and then also put on board some runs.
Yeah, that's firmly struck to Brian Roger Dure. They're at mid-off. They have given away 6 runs already. And Shahid coming in, his left arm's paces, seam up delivery, just balls are mostly on the trot there. It's another single to end the over. So 7 runs coming off the first over for South Africa Over-50s for no loss.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නේ.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal. Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app මගින්.
So South Africa Over-50s 7 for no loss after the first over. Shahidi bowling the first over for Canada Over-50s, gave away 7 runs.
South African Over-50s, the 2 openers out in the middle, Emsley and Ryan Smith. He certainly has been the pick of the bowlers for the South Africans, and he opens batting as well. A very good all-rounder. And he certainly has been enjoying himself down here in the conditions that Sri Lanka, that the wickets as well as the conditions available here. And he has been making maximum use, bowling his right arm off spinners, and has been one of the top wicket takers for the South African Over-50s.
Yeah, he bowled a brilliant spell. He bowled his 9 overs for 39 runs, picking up 3 wickets. And a previous game when I was there against the West Indies, he picked up 5 wickets. So he has been their number 1 bowler for me, Ryan Smith. So Raja into the attack from the pavilion end here at CCC Grounds. He needs to do some damage, and it has to come pretty early from his ball because he failed today with his bat. He opens the bowling again. Another prolific player opens the bowling and opens the batting.
So the Canadians employing a 7-2 field, 7 men on the offside, And, well, Raja, good shape of the couple of first deliveries that he bowled. A good approach to the wicket and a good gather. And then also the delivery stride, lovely follow through as well. And we can see that the seam is held in a good position there as the ball is delivered, and hits the ground well. And he perhaps will be bowling into the pitch here and trying to get some purchase. There we see.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, he has 7 fielders there on the offside. I like to see another slip fielder coming in. Get that pressure. I mean, if you're trying to tempt the batsman to go drive outside the off stump, and if that ball gets the edge, it won't fly for the first slip. It might go towards the gully region, probably get another slip in, because you have the option. You have 7 fielders on the offside. There's 2-1 Squalik and a mid-on the leg side. Get that extra slip fielder on the offside.
There you are once again. Lovely seam position and very strong wrist by Raja as well as he brings that ball in and swinging away the outswinger. Certainly he's bowling a very good outswinger. Good control, and he's putting the ball in the correct place.
Yeah, just outside the off stump. You can see the shape of that delivery. And bowling is out because bowling to his field, that's the best thing out of all. That was pitched straight. Allows the batters to cross over for a single. That was pretty much wicket to wicket. So he needs to bowl a little outside the off stump. Doesn't matter the batter is leaving the ball. There'll be a time the batters doesn't have any more patience. Once you leave, keep a couple of balls and you try to go after it. Then only the edge comes in. So you need to have patience in this inning. You can't buy wickets. You have to be patient of taking wickets. If you try to buy wickets by bowling, you end up by bowling loose balls. Those boundary balls especially. And firmly towards a long off for another single. So with that single ends the second over. South Africa over 50s 9 for no loss.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So there we are, first over, and well, South Africa off to a good start. 9 runs on the board already, and around the 2 overs have been bowled. 9 runs on the board already.
We see a change in the bowling. 1 over from Shahid from the scoreboard end. We see another change here. No, it's in fact Shahid. He changed his ends. I mean, he changed his. He was bowling over the wicket. Now he's coming round the wicket and trying to bring that ball in. I was thinking there's a bowling change because he was bowling over the wicket earlier in the previous over, and now coming round the wicket and trying to bring that ball in. You see the batter there getting that edge. Wian Smith. This is a good positive approach, bowling around the wicket. The ball coming in sharp towards the right hand, and that's cut away firmly through extra cover. Short delivery and punched hard there by Emsley. This is loose bowling. So this is what I was talking about. He's trying to buy the wicket. It's coming round the wicket. There was not much swing off that ball. It's rocked back and punched firmly there. Brilliant shot by Emsley.
Yes, very little margin for error, and the bowlers have to keep things tight, bowl to your field, and now they drop a fielder down to the boundary line, sweep a cover. Well, the mid-off has been brought in into the 30-yard circle, a point in, a short third man, an extra cover, and sweep a cover, standing a little square.
Yeah, interesting to see. He's right behind the extra cover fielder, very unawkward position there, and that fielder is right at the boundary towards the extra cover, not a sweeper, I would say. Very unusual spot for a fielder.
Absolutely. He trotted down towards the extra cover region and then they crossed over to the other side. The bowler making the final adjustment. Shahid, as he comes in. Well. What kind of a delivery is that? There he provides a weight on midland leg and off the patch that have been hammered down towards the mid-wicket region. Connects it well, times it well. Now this is loose bowling. Now, as we were talking about, very small margin for error from the bowlers. They got to keep it very tight. They're defending only 186, but they need to pick up wickets here as well. Keep things where they bring the pressure onto the South African over-50 batters, and they're certainly definitely going to make mistakes.
That's what I was talking about. Throughout these games, Ashley, we have seen the batting side second. Anything below 200 will be easy for chase. There you go. That's the same place where the fielder is there. And probably it's a good option. He bowling outside the off stump to the field. But there's no protection on the leg side. You can have 3 fielders in the boundary line in the first power play.
Well, you're right, and also, Rajiv, it's becoming very predictive when you have a fielder almost standing close between extra cover and mid-off. That he's going to bowl up to the wicket and not going to drop it just short. As we see the over coming to an end, 3 overs have been completed in the South African innings, chasing 187 to win, 19 for no loss.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेके फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
So 19 for no loss after 3 overs. Good start. 10 runs off the previous over from Shahid. He has given away 17 runs in his first 2 overs. So Raja continues from the pavilion end. So like I said, I like to see this mid-off fielder on the long off boundary coming into the 30-yard circle. 10 and tempt this batter to go over. Probably have a sweeper cover at the boundary because he has 7 fielders on the off. He needs to pick up wickets. You can't restrict runs, the run flow here at this ground because it's electric, fast outfield. The fielders won't have any chance if the ball goes past beyond the fielders. There's no chance. You can't run and stop the boundaries, especially even at this stage. Even if it's a normal international or a club game here, there you see we can see the sweeper cover coming in. You have the option of bowling and having 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Stop that boundary. Probably we have seen another gully fielder coming as well.
Well, yes, persisting with the long off-fielder on the boundary line. He should actually bring that ball in. But then at the same time, well, we were talking about earlier, employ another slip fielder. Because you can see the shape of the deliveries by Raja. He's certainly shaping it and swinging the ball. And he certainly is employing the outswinger to very good effect. But the field looks a little bit loose there. And he certainly should have one more man in the slip cordon.
He has a wide gully position fielder there, probably for that edge. But he needs to get closer towards the first slip area. Probably it's a very wide gully position. That's straight to the fielder there at extra cover. It's a good option, Raja bowling outside the off stump to his fielder, and this is good length. I like the shape of it. But what I was talking about throughout these games, even in the past few games, anything below 200 is a chaseable score in this format, in these grounds, because these tracks, these wickets, these surfaces tends to come on to the bat in the afternoon session. So it has completely been changed from the morning session. The first hour, you get spin, you get the ball seaming around. But when the sun hits these tracks in this based in this Colombo ground, especially because with experience I'm talking, as it tends to come onto the batters. This is what I was talking. Hardly you can see swing coming in, and the batters just through the line you can play your own strokes. There you go. That's a nice delivery. Inviting the batter. Well left there by Emsley. Adapt into the situation here.
Certainly, Raja. Perhaps we'll have to bowl that ball a little more closer to the batsman. Maybe hit it on the off stump. We brings the batsman on the front foot. And there will be a little bit of indecision because the batsman realizes the ball is swinging away from him. He'll have to pull back on the length a little as well so that he has an opportunity to take that outside edge. So these are few of the pointers that we can see that the bowlers as well as the fielding captain can employ because they need to pick up wickets here.
Yeah, they need to pick a few wickets pretty early. That's driven straight past the bowler. And there's protection there. There's Kaiser. So, 1 run off the 4th over. South Africa over 50s, 20 for no loss. So 20 for no loss after 4 overs. So we see change the bowling now. Is it Brian Rajdurai coming to the attack? This is a good option. We need to see the spinners because I can't seems to be having any swing coming off the fast bowlers here. There's no swing at all. And the ball comes onto the batter pretty easy for the batters to drive to go for their shots. But spinners will have a major role here. Keep it tight. Get the ball spin. If you're a spinner, you need to spin the ball. Actually, I like to see the ball spinning. Then only the batters get into these unnecessary shots. That those calculated risks. So Rajadure into the attack.
So certainly right. The Canadian captain Brian Rajadure bringing himself on. I'm sure he's bowling his leg spinners. Yes, as we watch, tosses that ball up, gives the ball plenty of air outside the off stump though.
Did you see the bounce there? Yeah, yes. It was hardly bounced. So just imagine that ball pitching straight the stumps would have had the batters in complete trouble. So you need to bowl stump to stump, let the ball do the talking, and bowl tight lines. See, return ball was a short delivery cut away for a single. That is not a good start, but he needs to come and bowl wicket to wicket. Get the ball talking and keep it really tight. See, another short delivery punched through sweeper cover region for another single.
Yes, that time he was bowling a cutter more or less. That was not a leg spinner, just sending that ball through. He is usually a wrist spinner when he played for college long years back. I remember watching him. There he is. That's a leg spinner. And that ball pitching on midland leg, bringing the batsman very cautiously on the front foot. So he certainly can cause problems if he bowls his leg spinners as he does now. And if he can get into a good line and a length and spin that ball across the right hand.
Probably he needs to give a bit more air. There you go. That ball needs to come onto the offside. It has to be pitched outside the off stump, inviting the batter to go for a drive. We can't see a slip fielder. There you go. Got some spin off it. So that with that dot ball ends the 5th over. South Africa over 50s, 22 for no loss.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome back. It's the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. South Africa Over-50s taking on Canada Over-50s. A target is set. 187. So they are now 22 without loss after 5. We are into the 6th over. It's Raja. The slip has been brought forward. An expensive drive through the cover region.
Batsman cross on for 2 runs there. Good approach by the South Africans thus far. Required run rate of 4 per over. Managing just below. Smith and Emsley opening the batting for South Africa have put on a decent start.
Indeed, Ian Smith picked up 3 wickets of Canada's batting lineup. Was impressive with the ball in hand, and also now with the bat in his hand. 7 deliveries he has faced and scored 10 runs.
Two runs off the first 2 deliveries of this ball. South Africa will need 162 of 238 balls. Comfortable ask, provided that the wicket plays quite well as well. It's settled down. Did see a bit of two-paceness in the morning hours, but now it seems to be quite a batting track.
Indeed, we talked about it. A perfect yorker, a lethal yorker from Raja. It was right on the money. We were talking about the surface. Yeah, it was a tough task to bat on in the very first overs in this encounter. But later, when the game progresses and the sun is melting down, it will be a good batting track as well as a good track for the spinners, because there are some cracks here and there. They will be opened the latter part of the game as well. So it's a good time to bring on your spinners and attack the Proteas. It should be the Canada's main concern so far. So they have used a fast bowler.
The ball is still relatively new, so they'd want to make full use of that as well. It's a hard pink new Duke ball. Always some purchase for the Pacies. But the ball itself, while the game progresses, generally if you are able to maintain one side of that seam, one side of that shine, you're definitely going to make purchase of it.
Exactly. Just look at Raja's figures. He's into his 3rd over. Just 5 runs he has given away for Proteas. Look at that. Oh, just a couple of runs in this over as well. 5 dot deliveries. This was an amazing delivery from Raja. Right on the money in front of the front pad of the batsman. It's Ian Smith under the helmet.
Raja to bowl his final delivery of.
This time driven firmly down the ground. Found the fielder. It's Quaizar Ahmed down there, the deep. Just a single to finish the 6th over. It's a 3-run over for South Africa. They are 25 without loss. Six overs done. It's 25 without loss. The target is 186. As we talked previously. So it's Ian Smith and Emsley looking good for South Africa right now. And that's what we're talking about earlier. A spinner has been brought in. It's the captain himself, Brian Rajadure.
Just to give you an update of the Sri Lanka-New Zealand game, just across the road at the NCC Grounds, chasing a target of 225. Sri Lanka 15 for no loss in just the first over. So they've had quite a good start. Sri Lanka will want to make the most of it. Russell Ingram has just come into bat for Sri Lanka.
Indeed, it's a dead rubber for Sri Lanka as well. A do-or-die game. They have to win this anyway to qualify for the 2nd round of this World Cup. So it's been an action-packed game so far since the start of this World Cup, which was started on 9th February and continuing. So we've had We always have 56 games, 14 teams, so much venues across Colombo, NCC, MCA, Bloomfield, CCC, which we are in today, and it was calls yesterday, and Pusa Grounds, Bandaragam, all across the Western Province in Colombo district. So it's been an interesting World Cup so far, and it's a privilege to Sri Lanka to host a World Cup like this. A brilliant delivery. Kept low. There was that slowness of the wicket. Brian Rajdure making use of that the pitch conditions, typical Asian pitches.
But I think where Emsley just survived there was because he played on the front foot. It was good that he didn't try to play it on the back. Beautifully pierced the field over there. Emsley picks up a boundary. Delightful stroke there. Picked on the full. Brings us to the end of the 7th over. South Africa 32 for no loss.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Now the equation is 154 from 228. .32 without loss after the end of 7. A bowling change. Probably they might go with spin from both the ends. It was previously Brian Rajdure, the captain of Canada, and it was Raja who took the ball in his hand as the fast bowler for Canada, and now it's going to be spin from both the ends.
Yeah, Canada trying to slow things down now. South Africa going at a comfortable pace. Definitely would want to reduce that deficit between runs and balls.
Just getting you an update from the England-Namibia. England batting first, 414, just for 3 wickets. A brilliant score. I think the highest team total of this World Cup, 414 within just 45 overs. With the 3 wickets to lose, Namibia chasing a mammoth total of 415. They are 4 without loss. Just getting you some update about the batting card of England. It's John Wildman, 62, retired hurt. Charlie Knightley, 53. Alex Richards, 56. Shritith Desai, 60, and Martin Gidley, 52. 6 half-centurions. A brilliant innings, a brilliant knock. This time missed everything. The keeper, the batsman, and another boundary. Not a good start for this over for Canada. Look at that. That was pitched in the correct area, but it's missed everything. Even the keeper, batter, and no slip. No third man, no backward point. And that's up to the boundary.
Yeah, that's an embarrassing miss by the wicketkeeper. As a wicketkeeper, I'd hate something like that to happen. Oh, that looks very close.
A confident appeal from Kingsley, the new man who is brought into the tag. Look at that. You want the replay to be commented on that. Oh, that is so close. Would have been an inside edge, slight inside edge. It seems so close to us. A huge appeal. Look at that. He's jumping over and over and appealing. And umpire was like, no.
Surprising decision. However, the umpire has the best look. We see a different angle from the comm box. The umpire has the best view to make the call. Hence why he's in the middle.
Sam Fuller. A quick single, I think. So 6 runs so far from this over, 2 wides and 4 byes and another quick single. So then altogether it's 7 runs. So another good delivery, right on the money. We were talking about the IMC World Cup. There are such venues. So in the both sides of us, we have NCC right across the road, and then SSC. It's been a privilege to host a few test matches as well, and MCA right behind it, and also DS Ground Complex right next to MCA, as well as NCC, BRC, all across Colombo, all around us. So we are coming to you live from CCC. So it is an interesting World Cup so far, commenced on the February 9th, and it was initiated in 2018, we must say, and brings us the end of the 8th. It's 39 without loss.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app මගින්.
South Africa 147 runs behind with 222 balls to go. Comfortable, but Canada right now have slowed things down. The required run rate just creeping under 4 runs.
Emsley 21 of 32 and Vian Smith 12 of 16. The captain himself continuing his bowling trot. And a nice sweep, well constructed. It's running down to the boundary. Yes, it is another welcome boundary for South Africa. That was down on one knee. The timing and the placement was excellent.
Good shot there by Emsley. Saw the loose ball. Outside leg. Zero risk cricket. Much welcome boundary for the South Africans. These two batsmen will want to play it in segments, take the game in segments, bat until the 10th over, get around to 50 in 10 overs. That should be more than comfortable with wickets in hand, and with loose deliveries coming on like that, won't be too difficult to maintain that rate.
Another boundary, 2 consecutive, a carbon copy of the previous boundary. Emsley taking his action on Brian Rajadure. Look at that. That was just like the previous delivery. Outside the off stump, the leggy, down on one knee, and the timing was and the placement was superb. No fielders to cover that boundary. It was the vacant area. He chooses the right way in the right time. It's 47 without loss right now, and the equation is getting down and down when these type of boundaries come in your way. So it's Emsley on 29, Vian Smith the 12 from 16. 8 runs so far from the very first 2 deliveries of this over of Brian Rajadure. The captain.
Rajadure makes the slight change in the field as well. Brings his square leg field a little square. And quickly changes his line and length as well. Much better from Rajadure. Already conceded 8 runs. We want to get the rest of the 3 rather, on the trot and tight, making sure not to give away any extra runs as the batsmen cross over for a single.
9 runs so far from this over. They are 48 without loss. As you mentioned earlier, a 50 partnership would have been more than enough for Proteas to take them over the line, because the partnerships are the most crucial things when it comes to the middle between the 2 batsmen. The communication between them is the most important thing. They have to communicate each other well and try to hang on for partnership. Build partnerships, and then it will give some runs on the scoreboard for your team. Another good delivery. Brilliant delivery to end the 9th from Brian Rajadure. It's 49 without loss. South Africa need 137 from 216 deliveries in the chase of 186 runs. Whether you are just tuning in to this action-packed encounter, it's the Over-50s World Cup between South Africa and Canada here at CCC Grounds, Colombo. So we are coming to you live from the Papare TV, the #1 sports channel of Sri Lanka, bringing you the live action from this picturesque ground. So it's the 10th over in procession, 50 up for South Africa. The Proteas have made it on their way. 50 without no loss. Emsley on 30 and Vian Smith on 14. Kingsley to continue his second over. This time fuller delivery straight back to the bowler. A nice carry by the bowler, just wearing his cap and shades. Looking interesting.
Yeah, South Africa, the two batsmen in the middle now will want to push on till the 15th over. Now that they've got to that 50 mark, almost at the 10th over mark. Bat on till the 15th. Put on another 25-30 runs. Comfortable. Bowling hasn't been too threatening. Smith and Emsley both have faced the brunt of deliveries now. Bit of a miscommunication there by the two batsmen. No harm done regardless.
Just 2 runs of this over. Kingsley. Oh, that's a close call. And this time umpire without hesitation raises his finger. And that's the first wicket down for Proteas. Early it was Kingsley who was appealing for a leg before wicket. And this is plumped in front of the wicket. It's a brilliant delivery right on the top. Look at that.
Yeah, I think Emsley didn't bring his bat forward enough. Kind of had it hidden behind his pad. Jumping up and down in appeal.
He celebrates. He got the man in his pocket. He was plumbed. It was the South African batsman. He's walking back to the pavilions. Vian Smith, who held his innings for a long time, for 20 balls, just scored 14 runs. And he's walking back to the pavilions. Canada strikes here, 51 for 1.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
That's the first wicket down for South Africa. Welcome back. We are here at CCC Grounds, witnessing the South Africa Over-50s taking on Canada Over-50s, chasing down a target of 186. Proteas lost their first wicket a ball ago, so it's another right hand in for South Africa. A slip has been brought in place for the new batsman, and mid-off inside the circle. Extra cover point, and a packed field for South Africa, the new batsman. It's a Kingsley to continue his last delivery. good delivery to end the 10th over from Kinsley. And South Africa just one down, chasing a target of 186.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
So Canada have got their first breakthrough, much needed. LBW by Case, the two spinners in operation. Brian Rajadure, the right arm Reggie, slightly too wide outside the off stump, trying to bowl that quicker delivery. We'll take a look at that wicket to fall. It was on the stumps. He went very wide off the crease, angling into the right hand, played down the wrong line. It was dead in front. No hesitation by umpire Jeff to give that away, give that out.
Certainly right. That was a good delivery. Mix it up. And that was the wrong one, which came right in with the arm and trapping the batsman right in front. No hesitation at all by the umpire.
Pick up another single. So it has been a good start though for South Africa. And they set the foundation. Canada missing out. They were bowled out inside their code of 45 overs. Unfortunately, could not once again bat out the 45 overs. That has been their problem in most of the games. The other day versus Australia as well yesterday. And even in a couple of the other games, didn't bat out their 50 overs or 45 overs, which has been a major contribution to their defeats, unfortunately. But still in this game, they need a few wickets. A couple of quick wickets will certainly change the momentum of the game. South Africa will play carefully.
Certainly right. And Brian Rajadure, wily old Brian Rajadure, turned his arm around for St. Joseph's during his school days. He was a brilliant cricketer with wonderful reputation as well. And he is now representing Canada. As we see the over coming to an end. And 50 for the loss of one wicket. South Africa chasing 186 to win this match.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්. Dialog Television එක රීලෝඩ් එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට ටීවී බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි රීලෝඩ් ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම.
So we are very good afternoon to all our viewers. Welcome back to the CCC Grounds. And Canada battling with the South African Over-50s in this IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. Canada won the toss in the morning, elected to bat, and they got to 185 before they were bowled out. Couldn't bat through their quota of 45 overs and setting a target of 186. And now South Africa Over-50s have progressed to 53 for the loss of 1 wicket, the 12th over in progress.
Yes, Holiday still trying to get off the mark, but Emsley has done a really good job. 44 deliveries for his 33. Kesa, he's scored runs for Canada in this tournament. He has picked up wickets. He's been one of those players that have stood up in these conditions. He's already picked up that 1 wicket today. Can he get another one? Oh, probably a bit of inside edge this time. I think he got a bit of a glove onto that as well. I think that was what the umpire thought.
And perhaps wrapped him slightly outside the line of the wicket as well. As you can see, the front foot coming forward. Yes, on the knee roll and maybe a little outside the off stump. And a lovely loop there. He bowls well, Kaiser. And holds back the length as well, bringing that doubt into the mind of the batsman whether he should come forward or whether he should go back. And bowling quite slowly and also giving the ball adequate air as well.
That's a good line. A very good line to the right hand. He's not giving anything away. Just 3 overs, 1 for 11, 12 done, 54 for 1.
So Brian Rajudari, the captain, continuing the attack from the far end, from the Torrington end. He'll be bowling his 6th over on the trot. But he must realize that bowlers usually bowl in tandem and in pairs. He has been a little erratic, not being able to control his line or length, and not being able to put that much of pressure as well on the batters. In comparison to Keza, who has been bowling pretty well, keeping it very tight.
This is good running. They saw the fielder a bit deep on the offside. Just a push and run. Gets through for a quick single. It's not letting the bowler really settle down. So Brian has given it a bit of air. And they have had a bit of time to get onto the back foot. Work him through that offside. Probably he has to get it a bit more up. Get them onto the front foot. Drive in. I think that's his best chance of getting a wicket. There you go, that's much better.
So margin for error is very little as far as the bowlers are concerned. He is bowling to a very tightly packed offside field. So anything straight or anything drifting towards the pads will be runs for the South Africans. So he has to keep this very tight and also maintain the length as well.
That one was very well bowled, the last delivery. The spot. And I need a couple of wickets badly to get back into this game. Oh, that's called a wide. He's lucky he got his pads in the way. Kinsley, the wicket keeper. Tosses it up, encouraging Holiday to come down the track. But he's playing very watchfully. 13 done, 57 for 1.
लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजा.
Quiet passage of play in this South African chase of 186. They require further 129 and the current run rate is 4.05. And Kesa back into the attack from the pavilion end, bowling his fourth over on the trot. He has kept it very tight, has maintained immaculate length as well. A chance of a run out, a shy at the non-strikers, but the batsman has got home very easily and covering that up, the mid-on fielder well and making sure didn't leak any extra runs from the throw.
It's a good backup, they need that. Canadian fielding hasn't been at their very best in this tournament as well. A couple of costly misses in crucial times in some of the games have really cost them. Yesterday against Australia, the wicketkeeper put down 1 and the Australian batter went to be unbeaten on 70. The other day against Pakistan, there was against India was a drop chance early on in the innings and then the batter went on to make 100. So it has, they're catching at times. Canada has had its problems. Now they really need to step up. Good over once again. Kesa is bowling really well. He's keeping things tight. Very simple. Bowling stump to stump. Not giving the batters any room at all to free their arms. And he's encouraging them to come down the track. Try and hit me if you can. There you go. He's telling Holiday, come and get me, but he's been very patient. It's Emsley now on strike, or no, it was Holiday who was on strike at that last ball. 14 done, 58 for 1.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1.
So we had the CCC Grounds at Maitland Crescent, this IMC Over-50s World Cup, and there we see a loose delivery and tossed up and drops it short, allowing the batsman to get on the back foot and punch it into the gap between long off and extra cover down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, just releasing the pressure. There was a very good over earlier from Kesa, but Brian Raja today, the first one outside the off stump and too short. You cannot bowl there. You'll get hammered all day. He needs to target the stumps. And probably he also needs a fielder deeper on the offside. This time quicker through there.
A much better delivery. Gives the ball air. Lovely loop on that occasion. The wrist spinner. And pitching that ball on middle and leg. And going through the wicket keeper. And there once again drops it slightly short, and that allows, because the ball is coming through very slowly in the air, allows the batsman plenty of time to get on the back foot there and play it. There are plenty of gaps on the offside, and the mid-off fielder is also standing quite deep, almost on the 30-yard circle. So
catch it! That was it there for a while. Falls in no man's land, as you mentioned, Ashley. Looking to turn it away on the onside, leading edge. That was a good delivery. Now that's where he needs to keep a bowling right throughout and wait for that mistake. There you go, much better, much better. Wicketkeeper has called it and is appealing. Now he feels that there was a bit of inside edge onto the pad and maybe bobbed up. I think that's what he was appealing for. Now they're going to check. I think the umpires are going to gather. I think they are looking for, was it a clean catch? I really don't know what happened there. We'll have to take a look at the replay.
Catch was clean, no doubt about that. The problem would be the umpires to determine whether when he played it off his pads, whether he hit it into the ground and the ball just bobbed up. So that's what the two umpires probably will be checking. Catch, no doubt, it was taken. There was a little bit of a shuffle, but he certainly held on the second occasion. And he raises his finger. Yes!
So there you go. They have finally got the wicket they were looking for. Brian Rajadure. I told you that was the length. He needs to be keep bowling that full and length, make them drive. Now we'll take a look at that one. What exactly happened there? It's a big wicket. Oh yes, I think it was off bat onto pad and then right through his legs. It's not that conventional dismissal, isn't it, Ashley? Through his legs and into the wicketkeeper's gloves. You don't see that quite often. But Kinsley, he did well to hang on to it. Fumbled, but manages to hang on to it. And he was sure that the batter got some bat onto it. And that's why he went up to the umpire appealing. And I think the correct decision at the end. That's what we want to see. A very good innings though by Andrew. 40 of 53. He has to depart. South Africa have lost their second wicket.
Yes, very unfortunate indeed for Wayne. I certainly feel that Wayne, on that occasion, he was shuffling a little there. He was trying to get bat onto ball, moved away onto the onside. He did connect it, got an inside edge, and the ball came off his pads, just ricocheting off his pads. And unfortunately for him, just lobbed back for the wicketkeeper to hold on in the second attempt there. So good catch, good anticipation as well, as you see the over coming to an end. So Rajadure makes a breakthrough, and South Africa Over-50s chasing 186 to win, 59 for the loss of 2 wickets.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So South Africa 2 wickets down now. 64 runs after 15 overs. So these two batters need to build that partnership, Shavida. And still 122 runs needed in 30 overs. They have plenty of overs left. It's just that they need to build that score. They need to build that partnership.
There are plenty of deliveries to watch out for.
This was the last dismissal. Tossed up delivery. Trying to go over the mid-wicket fielder. Getting that inside edge off the pad. And a good juggling catch by the wicket-keeper Kinsley there. So he came charging down, the umpire pleading for it. And the two umpires had a small discussion. Initially, umpire Ranjit thought it came off the ground. So the two umpires, Jeff and Ranjit, made a decision that the batter was out. It was eventful. It was unfortunate for the batter as well, because he never thought that the ball went Flying through his legs to the keeper, and a good catch there on the leg side.
Good catch indeed. Always difficult to judge the ball because the batsman generally covers the line down leg.
Yeah, it's even Stevens here. Oh, there you go. Misfield. Costly misfield. This is what they shouldn't be doing here, because the runs are gold. The tail enders had 102 runs to the score. Now they're just giving away those runs cheaply. They shouldn't be. Definitely they should stop those runs. There was no run at all. Eventually the ball crossing to the boundary for a 4. I mean, this is unnecessary. Oh, there you go. Spin coming into play. It's even Stevens here.
For sure. Bit of assistance from the wicket as well. Sharp turn on that last occasion. Chasing just 186. Defending just 186. Canada definitely need to put more pressure on and not loosen things up.
Yeah, they need to keep the things tight. With some good fielding, good catching, good bowling. All in all, they need to defend it. So that ends the 16th over. 69 for 2, South Africa Over-50s. So 69 for 2 after 16 overs. South Africa chasing 186 here at CCC Grounds. 117 more runs to win in 29 overs. It's not going to be easy, because at one stage they were batting well. The openers back in the hat there. Both were dismissed. So new batters, they need to build their score. Short delivery again by Rajadure. Interesting to see there's no sweeper cover in the boundary. In the offside, and he's bowling wide outside the off stump.
Bowling to the field is something very crucial.
Yeah, he's bowling to the field, but what I can see is there's no protection at the boundary. Fraction short, fraction outside the off stump, and if the batters can get in between the fielders, the ball will win the race for sure. Because with this fielding effort in the previous over, we saw a misfield, the ball crossing to the boundary for a 4, easy 4. There was no run at all, but Rajadure tends to bowl way shorter. Straight to mid-wicket, no run there. If he can get the ball tossed up straight to the stumps, there'll be a lot of perches.
Rajadure definitely needs to bowl wicket to wicket. He's been wavered with his line and length.
Tossed up delivery, driven firmly to the mid-wicket region there for another single. So they need to bowl wicket-taking balls. They can't defend this score in 45 overs. They need to pick up the wickets to win the game. That's a straight and up delivery again. Quick, slightly quicker one. Another single. So for South Africa, they need 4 runs per over. Simple as that. To chase this down. Not in a hurry. You don't need to go after the bowling. Plenty of balls remaining. 28 overs after this ball. You can see 114. That becomes 113 more runs. So far, 4 runs in this over. It's a quiet stage where you need to build the inning, build a partnership for South Africa. Not in a hurry at all. Just that you need to adapt yourself. That short and cut away straight to the fielder there at backward point. So that ends the 17th over. South Africa Over-50s 73 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
73 for 2 after 17 overs. Good going here by South Africa. They're maintaining the run rate. So, talking about the Sri Lanka New Zealand game. Sri Lanka 92 for no loss after 10.4 overs. Impressive start. Samajanta 43 balls, 64 runs not out. Rory Russell Ingram 24 runs of 21 deliveries. So they have done a good job there. They need to chase down the target of 224 against the New Zealand. So if this brings a victory for Sri Lanka, there's a huge appeal there for a stumping. So we might see Sri Lanka-Australia semi-final. And yet to decide on the India-Pakistan game, who will face England. England are doing tremendously well, commanding position here in this. That's a close call, but he's clearly inside the crease. The England side, they have done a decent job with the bat and ball. So that's the third wicket. Short delivery, trying to pull it towards the mid wicket, getting that top edge. A loose delivery, not capitalizing it. So Kaiser picks up another wicket.
Definitely wasn't a wicket-taking delivery. It was a poor one. Should have honestly made it to the boundary.
It was struck on the bottom of the bat. I thought it was on a top edge, but a good catch there.
Again, the two-paceness of this wicket, the slowness of this wicket, quite evident. Holiday was halfway into his shot when the ball was just near him.
Yeah, Mooney Holiday departs for 6. Now South Africa Over-50s at 73 for 3.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නේ.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
73 for 3. And Mooney Holiday was departed for a short delivery, trying to pull and taking that bottom edge. It was typically, it was not hit completely clean there off the middle of the bat, getting that off the bottom of the bat and getting out cheaply there and mid wicket. So that brings Dave Bucker. He has a major role here. Loves to whack. Aggressive, positive batter. He needs to bat and stick there for the South Africa Over-50s if they needs to get these 186 runs. Tossed up delivery, taking it full. So this is the last wicket here. The replay coming up. Short delivery, way short. Getting a bottom edge and straight skyer. Yeah, and Punch Baya picking up a good catch at mid-on. Running catch there.
Brings us to the end of the 18th over. South Africa 73 for the loss of 3.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So 73 for 3 after 18 overs. And South Africa needs to bat well here. If they need to get over line, they need to chase 186. And they allocated 45 overs. Plenty of time, plenty of overs. They just need 113 runs to win. And 27 overs. Shamita, plenty of balls. 27 overs, over 162 deliveries. So just need 4 runs per over. Not in a hurry. Just that, like I said, always need to build partnerships. Mostly one partnership will end the game.
That's what we saw with the Canadian inning as well. Even at the end, no matter where it comes from, partnerships are absolutely crucial.
And definitely it's crucial. You saw in the first innings, the Canadians were 83 for 7 and they were 2 big partnerships. One was 59 and the other one was 42. So those 2 batters, the tailenders held on alongside with Tala and Jude Vanya Singh getting 45 runs in the late order.
Shahid is getting a bit of movement off the air. Conceded 17 in his 2.5 overs.
Yeah, he opened the bowling for Canada and gave away 17 runs in his first 2 overs. And now he's back into the attack to bowl his second spell. He's firmly struck along the ground towards the sweeper cover region again there. Just for a single.
Canada need to be in attack mode right now. Can't let South Africa walk away with this. They have a new batsman on strike. Shahid will want to finish off his over. 2 more balls to go. Bowling to back up. Hefty lad Bucker.
Yeah, Bucker loves to go after the bowling. He's one of the aggressive, positive batters. They go driven firmly. Good stop there. Is struck firmly. Good stop there by short extra cover fielder.
Certainly stopped a boundary there. Bucker not afraid to offer shots. With that attacking move, there's a change in field. An extra man comes onto the offside. Deep extra. Gets a little squarer. Cover off that boundary. Brings us to the end of the 19th over. South Africa 3 down for 74 runs.
So 74 for 3 after 19 overs. 112 runs needed from 156 deliveries. Plenty of balls. There will be plenty of time. You need to hang in there. So Kaiser continues. He has picked up 2 wickets so far. Just given away 17 runs bowling his 7th over. Economical spell and picked up 2 crucial wickets.
Kaiser definitely has been the pick of the bowlers so far for Canada. He's kept things tight. Applied decent pressure from his end.
He doesn't get much purchase off the track, but he's bowling wicket to wicket, not allowing the batters to go after him. And since he's bowling stump to stump, the South African batters have no chance to go over the fielders or get those sweeps because it's risky shots.
Kaiser is definitely not giving the ball much air. Rushing the batsman on. Also going by his overs quite fast, which is always good. Bit of air there. Backer trots it on to deep mid-off for a single. 2 off this over. Still quite quiet. Seem to be
huge appeal there. No,
hitting outside the line.
Good decision there by Jeff Charlesworth. It's a pitch outside the off stump and hitting him as well outside the off stump. There you go. It's clearly hitting him outside the off stump, so no way the umpires are going to give those out. Good decision there.
Sharp turn and bounce there for Kaiser. Definitely hitting those cracks. That's the line and length that he'll want to keep on bowling to. With the ball doing a bit of work off the wicket, will create a cloud of doubt in the minds of the batsmen as well. As we come to the end of the 20th, South Africa 7-6 for the loss of 3.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
20 overs done. It's South Africa who is chasing a target of 186 at the moment. 76 for 3. We are coming to you live from CCC Grounds at Colombo.
Very good afternoon to you and all the viewers. If you're just tuning in, well, this is the IMC World Cup Over-50s happening here at the CCC Grounds between South Africa Over-50s and the Canadian Over-50s. And in this gorgeous ground here at the CCC Ground, Maitland Crescent, a ground and a venue, well, they produce a number of national cricketers. Any particular name you remember? Roshan Mahanama. Well, there was Charit Siranayaka, and there are many other great cricketers who played cricket here. Their premier cricket here at the CCC Grounds. If I'm not mistaken, Ashley De Silva, he went on to represent the country as well. He did play, though he played only one solitary test. He represented CCC. And Jerem Jayaratne, who is also doing yeoman service at the cricket board and grooming the youngsters. He also played his cricket here. So a number of them came through the system here. And then we see to the far right of us also the Nelson Mendes Cricket Academy. Well, Nelson Mendes doing his usual good work and very soon to launch his autobiography. Nelson Mendes, the former coach of Nalanda, who produced the most number of test cricketers for Nalanda College under his stewardship. Roshan Mahanama, then there was Asanka Gurusingha, Anura Ranasingha, Bandula Varnapura, and there were so many other cricketers as well who came through the system, and that's the name that we will all talk about in years to come as well. Nelson Mendes.
Indeed, you were talking about the place of CCC. Actually, I remind you about the modern players who have gifted to the Sri Lankan cricket. It's Anuan Tushar, a modern cricketer like Lasith Maling bowling in a slinging action, and as well as Vishwa Fernando, who has been brilliant for the test side of Sri Lanka, as well as Danushka Gunatilaka and Ashan Priyanjan and Nuanidu Fernando, who is a classy player, a right-hander for Sri Lanka, as well as Shammu Ashan, an Anandian, to represent the domestic of Sri Lankan cricket.
Certainly right, Sadhika. So there you are. You did roll out a number of names, and then long before that, there were other great cricketers as well, who even before the pre-test era, who came through this wonderful venue here at the CCC Grounds, Colombo Cricket Grounds. More than 150 years old. As we see, is there a chance for a catch there? That was tossed up delivery on mid-lane on, and the batsman well, up and away. gets plenty of bat on that occasion. The long on fielder, only a spectator as the ball goes over his head, over the boundary for a beautiful 6.
Terrific blow from South Africa here. I think the first maximum of the innings that was on his arc, right over the long on fielder's head. It goes and landed outside the park. A brilliant hit. Sam a juicy full toss and it was carved down the ground towards the long off for a single. Actually, we were talking about that the players gifted by CCC to the Sri Lankan side, as well as we have to remind Kusal Mendis as well, a brilliant player in the present Sri Lankan cricket industry.
Certainly right. So there we see Rakesh bowling from the far Torrington end and trying to keep things down, but he has been a trifle expensive. 8 runs conceded in the first 4 deliveries. And erring in line, length, and bowling a couple of fuller deliveries as well. That's a close call for the batsman. That time the ball pitching on middle and leg, going through the arm, going with the arm, so to say. Batsman set himself to sweep that ball, didn't connect it, and wicketkeeper also didn't collect it cleanly, but no addition to the run. 20 overs, no additions in terms of runs. 21 overs completed, and South Africa over-50s 82 for 3. So dry, humid conditions here at the CCC Grounds. There is a breeze across the grounds, which I'm sure is welcomed by the players out there in the middle, just to keep them a little cool. 21 overs complete. The target is 186 for the South African over-50s. They got to 84 for 3, maintaining a decent run rate. They can step on the gas if it is required, and they certainly must be keeping a good eye on the scoreboard.
Indeed, they now need a required run rate of 4.65. An appeal for a leg before wicket. It's clearly missing outside the leg stump. And what should Proteas do now at the moment? There are 3 wickets down for them. And what should be their plans to get over the line?
Well, they have absolutely no problem at all. They are doing everything right at the moment. They are playing the ball on merit, and they are very defensive. Anything which is straight at the wickets, they are quite content to play it down. But anything loose with a little bit of width, they certainly swings their bat, and they swing it very hard, as we saw on a couple of occasions. Backer is on 2, having faced 11 deliveries. Steyn on 15. So the South Africans have planned their innings beautifully. The strategy is there. They realize that they need to just keep their head, make sure they rotate strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, and, well, they are in sight. Unless the Canadians have a different agenda. They pick up wickets, they make sure they attack them. For one thing they have to do is they got to keep them quiet and build pressure and make the South Africans come after them, and that certainly will be an opportunity for them to pick up wickets.
Certainly, when that misses everything. That misses everything for Canada, even the wicketkeeper and even the stumps as well. Yes, we were talking about what South Africa should do now. When comparing both the teams, Canada was 85 for 7 at that time, and now South Africa 85 for 3. It's a difference of 4 wickets. So they have managed so well this time, sliding down the leg side and given wide by the umpire.
Well, we saw the previous delay by Kesa, because he has given away only 1 run in this over so far. He has kept the batsman tied down, and the previous delivery was pitched on middle and off, gave the ball air, and it went with the arm. The batsman thought that he will have a little bit of width and that he can play it on the offside, playing for the spin, missing it, and it was perilously close to the off stump. He survives, and then South Africa survives over-50s, and now we see the over coming to an end. That was a very good over ball by Kaiser, giving away only 1 run, and the over comes to an end, and the South African over-50s 83 for the loss of 3 wickets.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान, तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, कहेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान, पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लेके फिर
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So welcome back to the CCC Grounds, and there we look at the match summary so far. Canada batting first, scoring 185. Talatis top scoring with 69 of 96 deliveries, well supported by Jude. He played a long handle, 45 in 32 deliveries, and Panchabia making 12. Smith picking up 3 for 39, and Russell 3 for 26, and Stein picking up 1 for 12. South Africa set a target of 186 to win, have got off to 86 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Indeed, Emsley, the top scorer for South Africa so far, 40 of 53 deliveries, was brilliant since the start of South Africa's innings. And Stein 15 of 23, and Vian Smith is the man on eye, 14 from 20. And South Africa now need 100 runs from 23 overs. They are 86 for 3 at the end of 22 overs, and we have to look up at the bowling card as well. After Quaisar, and Canadian bowlers have picked 3 wickets so far from South Africa's batting lineup. So the top order rattled for South Africa. These two looks good so far. Stein and Baker, 15 and 2 each.
So Baker has got to 2. 100 runs required for South Africa Over-50s. They required from 138 deliveries they have, and 86 for 3. So it's Stein on 15. Used the long handle to very good effect in the previous couple of matches. Very good on the onside as well as very good on the square of the wicket as well, on both on the on and the off. And certainly very good at hitting down the ground as well, as he picks up a single. 87 for 3 brings Backer on strike.
The bowling change has been brought in. It's Punch Bear who has given the ball in his hand to go against these two proteas. And now the equation has been dropped down to 99 runs from 137 deliveries. It's gettable, and you have to protect your wicket and bat until you get on that line. So Backer on strike, and he moves to 3 while giving the strike for Stein, and it's 88 for 3 and the 23rd over in precision.
Punjabia bowling is gentle seamers, comes from the Torrington end. Right arm over the wicket. And this time bowling wicket to wicket. He certainly is not getting any assistance from the wicket. So all he got to do is make sure he maintains an impeccable line and a length and make it as difficult as possible for the batsman to pick runs off him and keep it as straight as possible.
It's a really good delivery, sliding down the leg side, just a tickle, I think, inside edge to the pad and then towards the onside. Yet another single taken by South African batsman. It's 89 for 3 up to now. It's been a gorgeous day since the morning. It's bright and sunny. The temperature is cool.
Backer on strike, Fetim Panchabia, and drops his shot, and this time shaping to play it on the offside. Moves across the stumps. A back of a length delivery. Plenty of width for him. He had the opportunity to free his arms and maybe trying to hit that ball a little bit too hard. Not being able to get bat to ball. Taken in by the wicketkeeper Kingsley behind the stumps. No addition to the score.
This time dancing down the ground he goes. David Backer just clipped it towards the leg side to end the 23rd. It's 90 for 3. Now the target is 96 from 132 deliveries as South Africa is chasing 186.
So in the adjacent ground at NCC, the Sri Lankans taking on the mighty New Zealand Over-50s. Sri Lanka vying for a semi-final berth. Only 2 teams will go through. England is already assured of a place in the semi-final. And Sri Lanka and New Zealand currently with equal number of points have to win. One of the teams will go through. And New Zealand also, having batted first, they made 224. And Sri Lanka got off to a roaring start, 65 in just 5 overs. And we will try to get you the latest scores.
Indeed, now Sri Lanka Over-50s chasing a target of 225. It's 124 for the loss of 1 wicket. Still, it's the 18th over in precision. Saman Jayant with the top scorer, 89 runs, not out from 65 deliveries with 15 fours and 2 sixers. And Russell Ingram, who opened the count with Saman Jayant, 25 of 29. And out there the middle is Rovin Peris and Saman Jayant, who is chasing this down for Sri Lanka. So it's an easy target for Sri Lanka now. They only need another 100 runs from another 12 or 13 overs.
Well, Satika, nothing is easy in cricket. It's a glorious game of uncertainty. And certainly New Zealanders also will not be giving anything away. They'll come back fighting. They'll come back fighting very hard. As you see here at the CCC Grounds, the tossed up delivery on middle and off. Batsman coming on the front foot. Pleasing shot there. Leaning onto it and driving it beautifully along the ground to the long off position. Picks up a single.
Indeed, South Africa need 94 from 129 deliveries. A well stop by Rakesh. A good effort, valiant effort. And we were talking about Sri Lanka versus New Zealand, and now the equation is Sri Lanka need 94 runs from 162 deliveries. The scores are level. South Africa also need 94 runs from 128 deliveries, but Sri Lanka need 94 from 162 deliveries.
Yes, a quick single on that occasion, just pushing it into the vacant position in the region of point. And the batsman taking off. Good calling between the wickets. Good understanding. Good response from the non-striker as well. That's Steyn. And no hesitation at all for any youngster who's watching this cricket. This is what this is all about. The understanding between the two batsmen in the middle is crucial. And then you also saw the bowler Rakesh there. Easily very much over 50s, but with a lion heart, diving and throwing himself to make sure that he keeps the run scoring to a minimum. And this time Stein on the front foot takes it up and hammers it over the infield down towards the mid-wicket region. And well fielded down on the boundary line. Century return, but not before the batsmen have crossed over 2. 24 overs have been completed. 95 for 3. South Africa Over-50s requiring another 91 runs from 126 deliveries to win this match. So welcome back to the CCC Grounds. South Africa Over-50s set a target of 186. Well on their way. 95 for the loss of 3 wickets. 25th over coming up. And the CCC Grounds is also known as the CHNFC as well. Colombo Hockey and Football as well, because they play hockey here. And they also play rugby football. Very, very popular game in Sri Lanka and in Colombo. And CHNFC 2 is one of the premier rugby playing clubs featuring in the A Division rugby tournament as well.
Obviously, as we earlier mentioned about Sri Lanka and New Zealand match, and now we are getting you updated about England and Namibia. England making a target of 404 of falling just 3 wickets. There were 5 half-centurions in their side. So then 414 for 3. A target has been set, 415 for Namibia. Namibia now 64 for 5 in the 18th over. So they need another 351 runs within 166 delivery. Just getting back to our game. This time a shot straight down the ground. A valiant effort. Couple of bounces to the fence. Another boundary. And what a way to bring up the century for South Africa. It's 100 for 3 now.
Yes, up and over on that occasion. Stein. That was a pitched up delivery. Almost a half volley. Got under it. Using the bottom hand. They are playing across his body there. And a lot of bottom hand. And playing in the air. Little uppish. But well right to the long off field. Couple of bounces as it crosses the boundary line. Once again, playing that ball down towards the mid-on region, long-on region, picking up a single. So the South African batters very busy out there and making sure they keep the scoreboard ticking and picking up runs at will. Now Canada will have to tighten things up here. If they want to get back into this match, they need to pick up a couple of wickets here. And they need to do that in very quick succession. And Panchabia. Once again with the ball, drops it short. That's a long hop, allowing the batsman to move across the stumps there. Easy picking. He could put that ball anywhere he wanted. He had so much of time. And hammer in that ball. One bounce into the deep mid-wicket region. 4 runs again.
Indeed, that's a piece of cake to the right hand. That was a shorter delivery, short up jab, just moves across the offside and just played it firmly. Look at that. There was the power and the potential, and a couple of bounces to the fence. Another welcome boundary. The second boundary, I must say, in this over. Just 10 runs from this over. The last ball coming up. Jim dancing down the ground, just tickly towards the extra cover. Just a single to end the 25th. It's 106 for 3, chasing down a target of 186.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So 106 for 3 after 25 overs. And these two batters have added 33 runs. They were 73 for 3. And Dave Bakker and Stein Going well for South Africa here. They just need 80 more runs. In fact, they have 20 overs to go for this target. 4 runs exactly per over. The Canadians need to come into the game right now. Unless they will have to say goodbye to this game for South Africa, definitely. Because they are high riding now. I can see the equation: 80 balls, 120 runs. 120 balls, 80 runs. It's 4 runs per over. It's a juicy full toss driven firmly towards the boundary there. And that's another 4. So that's struck firmly down the ground. Dave Bakker is one of the positive, aggressive batters South Africa has now. Even in the last few games, he has done a tremendous job, Ricky. We'll come back.
Yes,
doesn't seem to be good for Canada now.
Yes, he's in the pressure a bit. Canada needed wickets to stay in the game. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get another breakthrough quite quickly after they got the 3rd wicket. That's the opportunity gone. That's gone. He's gone. Just said that they need another breakthrough. That was a peach of a delivery. That was beautifully bowled. He beaten him the flight, pitched, turned away from the right-hander, and good glove work by Kingsley. He was quick to whip off the bails, and it's a vital breakthrough.
So that's a carbon copy of a Shikhar Dhawan celebration there, Ricky. Rakesh Chauhan, brilliant ball, inviting the batter, tempting him to come down the track, and he's so disappointed there, Dave Bakker. And that was a brilliant delivery by Rakesh Chauhan there, picking up his 1st wicket.
Yes, he's been bowling really well, Rakesh Chauhan, right throughout this tournament for Canada, and he's picked up a vital breakthrough. 110 for 4.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन, मचेगा घमासान। तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, फैलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान, बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा।
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
So 110 for 4. Prior to this over, I was talking about the Canadians need to come into the game right now. And Rakesh Chauhan delivers here for Canada. First ball was a juicy full toss that was driven firmly down the ground there for a boundary. And the next ball was a brilliant delivery to dismiss Dave Bakker. Got out stumped, and the glove work was done tremendously by Kingsley from behind the stumps, Ricky.
Yes, Solomon's the captain now. He has some work to do. That was a good wicket, timely wicket for Canada. They badly needed it in the comparison of the game. They needed a wicket to just uplift themselves once more, get a bit of energy into their bowling and fielding effort. It seems that South Africa were going well, and Bakker was batting well, and that was a good delivery though. Rakesh pitching and turning, inviting the player to come down the track, and he's got a vital breakthrough. So now they need to build up the pressure, need to try and put more pressure here on the South African captain.
Yeah, we can see the mid off, long off, and the long on fielders coming into the 30-yard now. So Ricky, giving you some tip. This is the last wicket replay coming up. That was pitched outside the off stump. Dave Bakker going after it, getting that ball spin. So it's off. There you go. That's a celebration. The perfect carbon copy of Shikhar Dhawan celebration there.
Yes, interestingly, Rakesh was telling me a while ago, Rajiv, that he started playing leather ball, hardball cricket at the age of 28. He was born and he grew up in India before migrating, and he only played softball cricket in India. After he went to Canada, only started playing leather ball cricket. So
probably
it's a
he
great
would have run out of softballs in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great to see playing the game, enjoying the game, playing at this level, whatever age category. Oh, that was a close one. Beautifully done once again. This time Kingsley not gathering cleanly. But I don't think Steyn left his crease.
Interested to see the sideways replay there. There you go.
Yes,
similar kind of a delivery.
Oh,
he would have
been a close one.
Still, now only he's back at the crease.
He was on the crease. His foot was planted on the crease. The crease belongs to the wicket keeper. That was a close one. If he got the bells out, we never know. We don't have the third umpire's review. We never know.
Have got another wicket at Nelson.
Yes, Nelson would have struck again. 26 done. It's 111 for 4.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So 111 for 4 after 26 overs. It's Nelson on the board. Ricky, I was going to talk to you regarding this matter about the South Africa lower order. Even at the run chase, similar kind of a wicket against the West Indies, the first game. And they couldn't do the finishing touches there. Chasing 200 runs. They were at one stage 161 for 5. And they were bundled out for 181. So we cannot depend on the latter part of the South African innings. It's just that...
that kept low. Gets a bit of bat onto it. The skipper going back for 2. Now this is where the Canadians have to be on the ball. They cannot relax at all down the field. They need to stop every run. They need to, give it their best in this defending this total. So we have a bowling change. Jude has been introduced into the attack. He's bowling his first over, bowled well versus Australia yesterday. And he is the one that really set the Canadian innings with that quick fire innings, while Talati played the anchor role at the other end. So can he get a breakthrough? He needs to bowl wicket to wicket. He's that sort of a bowler that probably can skids on, but he needs to keep it straight.
Yeah, Jude did a tremendous job with the bat. Now he needs to do something. Couple of wickets here from Jude. I think Rakesh Chauhan has the upper hand bowling with those left arm orthodox. I saw him bowling the previous over, bowled brilliant deliveries, pitching middle and outside the off stump, turning away, getting a lot of purchase the wicket. So what I can see, Jude needs to bowl stump to stump. There can be uneven bounce coming in as well, Ricky, because the wicket is in not a good position for batting. Now I can see it's after 3 o'clock. Now again we can see spin coming into play.
Yes, I think probably Canada would have been wishing they had another spinner in their lineup. They have Brian Rajadure, Rakesh Chauhan and Kwesi, the 3 spinners. They would have probably wished they had another one that could bowl some slow deliveries. They have a bit of medium pacers. That's the reason Jude has been introduced into the attack. So far he's been on line. Now that is a good thing. He just needs to bowl stump to stump. Probably just block one in up, eat in some deliveries, get in some maiden overs, bowl a few dot deliveries. Just put that pressure on the South Africans. Not let them squeeze runs, milk runs quite easily.
He needs to keep it tight, but dot ball to end the 27th over. 113 for 4. South Africa over 50s.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So 113 for 4. Gets a single. Mix up, slight hesitation, slight misfield.
Ricky, what I can see now, the Canadians need to be very tight in the field. They need to stop those singles.
Yeah, that was a misfield that they gave away a single. No, they cannot afford to do that. Every run now matters, Rajiv.
Plus, they need to hold on to those catches and those dumping chances. They need to take one half chance, probably a run out or something like that, and get those wickets. They need to stop those runs. They need to field hard to win this game.
I think Stain is the key man now here. Yes. He's on 26. He's the set player. 71 of 176. They need to bowl dot deliveries. Get that run rate up as well, the required run rate. But if they could get rid of Stain, this game is going to be really even, Stevens. Oh, if he missed that, he was dead. But he gets it away into the gap. That was a loose half volley. Long hopper by Rakesh. Dragging it short. I think he was looking for the armour. But it didn't come out right. And well controlled by Stain. It kept a very low.
Yeah,
you see, low. But he middled it well.
That's below the shin. I mean, the pads are way below the knee. So what I can see is Rakesh Chauhan needs to bowl his normal deliveries. Doesn't need to push the ball. Just try to keep it up towards the batter. Make him drive.
Exactly, Rajiv. I think in this over he's been slightly short. You could see that early over, even though he was hit for 4 by Barker, he bowled a pitch of a delivery to get him stumped. Now that's the length he needs to be concentrating on. Get these batters to come down the track. Invite them, tease them in the air.
He has a slip field as well. I hope he catches all those catches because it is going to be crucial here. Because these two batters for South Africa needs to go ahead and pass this score. They need 66 more runs to win. But the Canadians need to pick up those because that's a beautiful toss. Is that a catch there? And yes, here we go, another wicket. Easy that you see the tail here.
That was a good catch, mind you, Rajiv. He had to come in a long way. Iqbal is a safe fielder for Canada. And it was a very good catch at this level. At any level, I would say that's a good catch. It was a full toss. His eyes lit up, trying to hit it out of the park. But he top-edged it. And coming in from the boundary, kept his eyes on the ball. He had to stretch full forward. That's a very good catch.
I was talking about the fielding, the catchers and the jumping chances. They need to be very tight in the field, Ricky. So he's there with Diliba now. And they need to stop those singles now. Create more pressure on the South African batters. So that's the end of the over. So South Africa 120 for 5.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है
तेरा नाम गुजरिया तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम
120 for 5 after 28 overs. So the last few overs, Ricky, plenty of things have happened now. So the last 3 overs, I would say, 2 wickets have fallen.
And Rakesh has been the man that has done the damage. The last one was a lucky breakthrough, but nevertheless it was a very, very important wicket for him. 2 for 25 for him now of his 4 overs. Slightly expensive, but wickets that matter. Oh, that's close. He got bat onto it. Will run down to the boundary. You cannot blame the bowler. That was a good delivery. It was right in the block hole, and he manages to dig it out.
Yeah, I think Price wicket is staying here. And if the Canada Over-50s can get Staines' wicket, that was whipped from the middle of the stumps, Ricky. And getting off that 4. And welcome runs for South Africa.
It was just releasing the pressure a bit, but you cannot blame the bowler. He was looking to go full. You miss, I hit. And that was a good shot by Stain. Probably if it was the other new batter who was on strike, that might have been an LBW. You never know. So Russell has walked in to the centre.
Russell Bennett, the new man in. He needs to stick in there and give that support to Stain. It's not going to be easy. 62 more runs. And the Canadians are trying their level best. These are the valuable runs they made in between that 8th wicket and the 9th wicket. Especially the likes of Jude. Wanya Singh, he scored 45 runs. Now he's bowling at the runs that he scored. He needs to pick 1 or 2 wickets here.
Very well bowled. These are important dot deliveries. Some exciting games down at Pusa. Pakistan 226 all out in 44.3 overs. India 80 for 1 in the 17th over. They require 147 runs, but they need to win this game in around 36 overs, I was told, if they are going to get above Pakistan and find a semi-final berth. So it's an exciting game down there at Pusa, India versus Pakistan. Always exciting, and this can be even more exciting when it's a qualifying scenario. No ball!
Oh, that's a no ball and a drop catch.
So that is not good. Straight to the fielder, but it's a no ball nevertheless. So it's a free hit. Now the other day, I think it was against Pakistan, Jude bowled a no ball, and the next ball he was hit for 6. So this is important. It was an important stage in that game as well. And then Pakistan suddenly started to break away. There you go. But this time he'll get away with it with just a single.
Plenty of things happened in that delivery. It was a no ball, a drop catch.
It's some exciting games. New Zealand 224 for 7. Sri Lanka 175 for 1 in 22 overs. So they are really hammering the New Zealanders in our neighbouring ground, the NCC.
That might be another victory for the 5th victory for Sri Lanka. So they might play Australia in the semi-finals at NCC.
Yes, and USA chasing down 178 versus Zimbabwe 138 for 3. So they are cruising. USA, and they might get above New Zealand, and they might end up in 3rd place in that group A. So that's an interesting scenario. Because New Zealand's run rate will drop as well the way Sri Lanka are playing today. So USA will get above New Zealand and end up in 3rd place in that group.
Yeah, interesting to see in USA the likes of Sajid Fernando and company has done a tremendous job, Ricky, to come into that position. A side like New Zealand coming into the 4th place.
Yes, Navin Peris again getting 66 today. Another Sri Lankan in that lineup. Sajid Fernando is out there with Sanjeev Veerasinghe. So the 2 Sri Lankans out there in the centre. 29 done, 128 for 5.
So 128 for 5 after 29 overs. South Africa Over-50s, they need 58 runs. Yes, 58 runs more needed, Ricky.
So Rakesh will continue. He's picked up 2 wickets, known as a Rocky, to his 2 team members. That's a good shot. Stain is looking really good. That was a loose delivery though, slightly short. Now the length is crucial here on this surface. He's leaked a couple of boundaries in his last 2 overs, just easing that pressure. Stain is looking very dangerous.
Yeah, very short delivery, cut away, front top square there. And even the sweeper cover fielder has no chance of stopping that boundary. He punched it so firmly and hard there to the ground. And the rest of the tricks were done by the ball. So driving effort again. And the ball is going past the extra cover fielder. So the batter is crossing for another 2 more runs added.
This is good runs, important runs for South Africa.
So they need to pick Stain's wicket if the Canada needs to win this game.
I just feel that's where the game stands now. Stain is looking very good. 42 or 44, almost a runner ball innings. Oh, it was in the air for a while. Well short of the fielder, but that's where he needs to keep bowling. Needs to bowl that foolish length, hoping that the batter will make a mistake.
Though Rakesh has picked up 2 wickets, he has given away more boundary balls as well. You can see his economic rate. There you go. Another short delivery. And it's out! So we were talking about the wicket-taking balls and as well as the boundary balls.
Well, you remember when we were on in the first innings, Jude was the batter and he hit a similar shot. And Henderson dropped the catch at square leg. Remember that moment? Henderson dropped one, and this time Jude was the fielder and he hung on to it. This is a similar shot, got the bottom part of the bat. It was in the air for a while. A very good catch, good hands coming in on the fence, well judged. He was coming in from under those trees, from the shadows into the sunlight, and he holds on. So this is a huge wicket. Andre Stein, he was looking good. He's out for 42.
Well, Ricky, the thing is now the South Africa Over-50s have not done the finishing touches in many games. Even with the ball when they were defending the score. And now when they are chasing down scores, they have not done the finishing touches. Now they are struggling. I was talking about if they want to win this game for Canada, they need to pick Stain's wicket. So the next ball, here we go. Rakesh Chauhan delivers with another wicket. So he has picked up 3 wickets but given away 31 runs in the expensive side of it. But effectively he has taken 3 wickets. That is the most effective thing that you need to do. You don't worry about the runs. You need to pick wickets, especially the likes of best batters like Dave Bucker, the skipper, Mario Solomons. And now here we go. Stein. So all top 3 middle order wickets he has picked up.
It's crucial wickets, Rakesh. That was not the best delivery he could bowl, but nevertheless, it was successful. And that was a good catch. A couple of good catches by the Canadian fielders. We were talking about how they have to lift themselves up. Fielding is very important. The catchers and stop every run possible. And they have picked up 2 wickets with 2 very good catchers in the outfield. And that has certainly helped. So now South Africa in a spot about the 6 down. And Tyrone Henderson.
Yeah, he dropped a catch and was costly. Now he needs to deliver. He needs to come into the game. He has a bit of experience as well, Ricky.
Very experienced player who has played at international level. Played leagues across the world. But that's a beauty. Whoa, almost got that outside edge. The slip fielder has to be aware. The slip fielder has to be very alert.
Okay, what I need to see another slip fielder coming in, Ricky, because give that pressure, bowl stump to stump, get that spin off the wicket, get another slip fielder in. So probably because the edges might go. There you go, another slip fielder coming. He needs to come in forward. So that's the end of the 30th over. It's eventful one for the Canada Over-50s. South Africa 134 for 6.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්. Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app.
Definitely got a match on our hands. Quick wickets falling for South Africa. Bennett is joined by Tarrant in the middle. South Africa 134 for the loss of 6. The end of 30. Required run rate of 4.47. Runs and balls aren't the issue here for South Africa. It's going to be wickets. So it's going to be important for them to hold on to them. Pile on as much runs as possible. Take very little risk.
South Africa now 135 for 6. Canada bouncing back against to this game. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. A prolific move from Canadian captain. That was outside the off stump. Swing and a miss. Just to beat the outside edge. And the wicketkeeper does the rest. Look at that. That was outside the off stump. Pitched on the fourth off stump. There was the width. Tried to cut it down. But straight to the wicketkeeper. Brilliant bowling. Another one. Stupendous delivery from Jude. This one was kept low when compared to the previous one. Exactly what we were talking about. Making the use of this pitch.
I think he almost got a... Ooh, almost missed the miss off stump there. Jacked back in.
How did it miss the stumps? That was so close to us.
Brilliant in swinger by Jude.
Another couple of wickets will bring some pressure for South Africa, isn't it?
I think already the pressure is mounting on South Africa. Doubt they expected to lose those 2 quick wickets. They just need 50 runs off 86. As I mentioned, it's not the runs to balls that they're going to worry about. It's going to be those 4 wickets that they have in hand.
It's another good delivery right on the money. This time it came back in to the right hand. Bennett, he's 3 from 5 and Tharat from 1 of 4. The required run rate is considerable and they are going at a run rate of 4.41, which is really good at this time. But the only problem that they have is the wickets in their hand. Only 4 in their hand. This time another good delivery. Oh, a slight misfield from Canadians. And they have crossed for a couple. So in this type of situation, when pressure is mounting on South Africa, Canada have to be really close in the field as well. As we come to the end of 31st, it's 136 for 6 South Africa, chasing a target of 186.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
It was a good over in the previous one by Jude, skipper. Kept things quiet, just 4 off that over.
Whether you're just tuning in to this encounter, it's the IMC Over-50s World Cup. We are coming to you live from CCC Grounds at Colombo. So we're bringing the live action from Papare TV. So whether you are watching from the stands or in the comfort of your home, we invite you to join this encounter and celebrate whatever it comes to you. And to Rakesh to continue. Another good delivery outside the off stump. Leans into a drive, found the fielder, the captain Brian Rajadure at the extra cover. A slip has been brought into the place, and there would have been brought 2 slips in place because the ball is now turning. Because this time a huge shot of catching, falls in the no man's land. Another couple of runs added to the scoreboard. That was a huge shot and a top edge. It got so much in the air. And it was Jude again who picked up a brilliant catch to send the 6th wicket down for South Africa.
Just an update from the game at NCC, just around the corner. Sri Lanka, 202 runs for the loss of 2, just needing 23 runs now. So it seems like a comfortable win for the Sri Lankans. They would move into the semi-finals and play Australia. South Africa here would want to run on that same track, even though they might be a little away from the semi-finals.
A gully has been brought in place. This time carves it through the extra cover. Poor fielding and it's run down to the boundary. Now the pressure is released. Pressure is on Rakesh. He's the wicket taker, 3 for 38, and this has been bounced back on him and a fuller delivery. Tremendous shot. Look at that. That was a full stretched hands. Oh, that was a slippery fielding.
Bit of an unlucky bounce there as well. But at point, that's expected. You have to expect the ball to turn, spin away from you.
Oh, brilliant delivery. Brilliant delivery from Rakesh outside the off stump. The batsman was totally uncontrolled at that time. We just wait for the reply to come. Here is these. Look at that. Oh, brilliant. Just missed the outside edge. Turned back away from the batsman. This time a good comeback. A fuller delivery. Straight down the ground. A dazzling shot from Bennett to end the 32nd. It's 149 for 6. Rakesh was brilliant with the ball in hand for Canada. 6 overs, 42 for 3. Picked up the most important wickets of Proteas. The Tharat and Bennett. 2 rhyming players out there in the middle. 4 and 13 each. Now the equation has been dropped to a certain level. It's captain to continue from the other end. He has taken the responsibility on his shoulders and taken the ball in his hand to go against these 2 batters. Number 6 on his jersey.
Tharat and Bennett would want to see the team through, which is 37 runs rather, of 78 balls. These 2 batsmen, relatively new to the crease, playing themselves in now.
The required run rate is 2.85. It is easily gettable, but we cannot predict about cricket. It is a game of uncertainty. It's 149 for 6 South Africa. They only need less than 50 runs, but Canada, they need only 4 wickets to go. Brilliant delivery. Turn and bounce was there from the captain. He has to be correct in his line and length, because we saw earlier he was not controlling his line and length. This time outside the off stump. Turned away. And it was a slight turn and a bounce as well. It's a huge appeal for a leg before wicket. But umpire not interested. Would have been missed the leg stump. Oh, the height should be the problem.
Yeah, Tharat was looking for the late cut, the previous delivery. The shot was on. As we see that replay, was definitely pitching outside leg.
This time a fuller delivery. Just punch towards the long off region for a single. 150 up for South Africa now. Just need 36 runs to win. They have 4 wickets in their hand. And Canada, they have to be really mindful here. They have to bring their precious bowlers. Another brilliant delivery, but well watched by Bennett. Good coordination and good communication as well. We were talking about what Canada should do now. They have to bring their most important spinners on and try to attack. Rakesh doing a pretty clear job out there with the non-strikers with the other end. Just a single added to the scoreboard again. 151 for 6. Tharat 5 on 5 and Bennett on 14.
Skipper Raj Duray has definitely operated quite economically. He's conceded 31 of his almost 8 overs now. South Africa 35 runs short. Last delivery of Raj Duray to come. Heaved on the leg side. Shot was on. Definitely on. Good shot. Picks up a boundary. Brings us to the end of the 33rd over. South Africa, 151 runs for the loss of 6.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
33 overs done. South Africa 155 for 6. Whether you are just tuning in for the today's match, it's the latter part of the game. So it was Canada who won the toss and elected to bat first here at CCC Grounds, and posting a total of 186. And in reply, South Africa 155 for 6. They only need another 35 runs.
So the players just going in for a quick drink. Warm sunny day in Colombo. Clouds have cleared. Blue skies all around now. You see in this picture. Beautiful day for cricket. To watch mostly. Not so much to be in the middle. We'll go in for a couple of commercials and we'll come back as the players take a drink. South Africa, 155 for the loss of 6 at the end of 33.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact.
It's the glorious Colombo you are seeing, and this is the match summary so far. Canada won the toss and elected to bat first. 185 is what they got on their scoreboard, with the top scorer of Arif Tolati 69 runs from 96 deliveries, and Jude played a long handle of 45 runs, and the bowling hand Vian Smith 3 for 39, Russell 3 for 26, and South Africa 155 for 6.
Yeah, Steyn being the pick of the batsman for South Africa. 42 runs of 46. Emsley 40. We come back to live pictures.
Outside the off stump. Good fielding from Canada. That was outstretched hands of Bennett. It was outside the off stump by Rakesh so far into his continuous 7th bowling trot. 42 for 3. Been brilliant so far for Canada. Another one on the back. Bennett just played it towards the bowler himself.
31 runs off 70.
Oh, brilliant delivery outside the off stump. Well watched and well left alone by Bennett. This is good cricket we are seeing here at CCC from these two teams. Bowling in line with the stumps. Attacking the batsman. And the batsman is playing a good roll out there in the middle. An eagle slip is waiting. It's Raja. It's another brilliant delivery. Right on the money. 4 consecutive dot deliveries. It's been brilliant from Canada. A good fight back.
Rakesh bowling it tight, keeping a wicket to wicket. Again, just keeping to the tight line and length, creating that doubt in the minds of the batsman.
5 dot deliveries on the trot for Rakesh. It's 31 now needed. The equation is dropped down to 31. The required run rate is easily gettable. 2.78. This time flighted up. A juicy full toss. Pulled away firmly. A valiant effort from the fielder. A slippery act there.
Couldn't find his feet there. But brilliant effort in the field. Certainly stopped a boundary.
It was Jude Van Singh who picked up that brilliant catch down there at the deep. Look at that. A valiant effort. Saved a couple of runs for his team.
Lost his balance there, unfortunately. Allowing the batsman to cross over for an extra run. That brings us to the end of the 34th. South Africa 157 for 6.
Captain to continue from the press box end. It's Brian Rajdurai. He's likely to be a leg spinner. He's adjusting his fielding positions for the right hand. Long on out there the deep and long off as well. And deep mid wicket out there the deep. 3 fielders at the boundary line. And backward point comes back into the circle. Slip has been dismissed.
Interesting choice of field.
This time outside the off stump, turned away from the 5th off stump. It's called a wide by the umpire. Extras for South Africa, 158 for 6 with that wide. Oh, this is a top edge. Falls in no man land. It's Dion who picked up the ball and sent back to the captain. Brian Rajdurai was unfortunately run out in the first innings when Canada came to bat in the morning.
Rajdurai flatter this time. Fuller almost yoked himself. Bennett squeezes it out for a single. 26 runs needed off 64 now. 3 runs off this over so far. 4 to go rather. Oh, big heave.
Goes straight down the ground and straight over the boundary line for a 6. That's a half a dozen from Tarat. What a beautiful shot that is. That was Fuller and had the legs to go over the line. Look at that. That was tossed up and Fuller right on his arc. Straight as an arrow.
Good shot selection there by Tarat. Shot was definitely on. Tossed up delivery by Rajdurai. This time short. Cut away. Another boundary. It's one of the youngsters back at the side nets. Hopefully he's okay.
Another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. The first one was a maximum and followed by another brilliant boundary. The timing and placement was superb, bisecting that gap. That's brilliant batting from South African at the tail enders. Oh, swing and a miss. Appealing for a stump.
Ambitious that time, Tharat. He doesn't need that. He's got plenty of runs this over. Already 13 off it.
He went full over. The previous two was hit for a beautiful boundaries, and this lovely piece of glove working by Kingsley, who is keeping the wickets for Canada. Now the equation is just vice versa. 16 from 61. Another good delivery to end the 35th. Brian Rajdurai, 1 for 48. He finishes his bowling trot of 9 overs. 170 for 6. South Africa. End of 35. Chasing the target of 186.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So 16 runs needed for victory. You have 10 overs in hand. It's a good partnership here. They were 120 for 6. I guess let me get back to you regarding that. These two batters have done a tremendous job. They're 120 for 5. And the ball is flying past the edge there towards the third man region. Another boundary. So 12 more needed now.
Well, yes, Rakesh, erring in line, erring in length. All what the batter had to do was get some bat, and that's what he did. Outside edge, and the ball just speeding through the third man region for a 4. 174 for 6. Well in sight now, South Africa Over-50s.
Actually, these two batters have added 40 runs. They were 134 for 6, 120 for 5. And another edge. Straight towards the third man again for another single. So 11 more needed. And Tharat and Bennett has done a tremendous job here. We thought it's going to be history. The Canada Over-50s will beat the South Africa Over-50s here at CCC Grounds. But these two batters have come out strongly into the game. Two more runs now. It has gone down to single figures now. It's 177 for 6.
Certainly right. A very good innings from both Tharat and Bennett. 43 runs. And it has come in even time. And they have kept the scoreboard ticking. Rotating strike. And throwing it back to the Canadians. They came back very strongly. But the South African batting a little bit too good.
Yeah, they held their nerves, these two batters, and the number 7 and the number 8 batter. And all the top order failing to finish the game. The likes of Andrew Stein batted brilliantly. He scored 42 runs of 45 deliveries with 1 6 and 4 boundaries. Alongside the opener Andrew Amesley got 40 runs of 54 balls with 4 boundaries. We had Dave Bucker batting at number 5. He got 15. There had been a few partnerships, but this would be the pick of the partnership for me. So with that dot ball, hence the 36th over, it's 178 for 6.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
178 for 6 after 36 overs. Actually, the opening stand, Wyatt Smith and Andrew Emsley added 55 runs for the first wicket. Since then, we haven't seen much partnerships. There has been one partnership of 37 runs with Dave Bucker and Andrew Stein. But I would say this is the match-winning one for me.
Absolutely. 44 runs for the 7th wicket. But we said at the beginning of the South African innings, South Africa Over-50s innings, if there's a solid partnership for the opening wicket, well, it will set the foundation, and that's what it did.
Interesting to see, apart from those crunching games, most of these the slides like Australia, Namibia, definitely Australia. I mean, England and Namibia. England has the upper hand. They have got 400 runs, so it's not going to be chaseable score. But apart from those games, I mean, we can see Sri Lanka winning the game within the time frame of 30 overs. Plenty of balls left. Sri Lanka winning against New Zealand. Samanjada getting 100. So most of these games, it's chasing. Teams have won the games. Even here, we're just away, 7 more runs away.
Batting second, so no doubt about it. We have been talking about the conditions here. Conditions of the wicket, the strips, very much conducive to bat second. The morning is certainly offering some sort of assistance to the bowlers. And, well, yes, batting second, you always capitalize as we watch that replay. Ball being played down towards the short third man region, going for a quick single there. Good, lovely response. And keeping his bat grounded as he crossed the line. Very quick way of getting across to the other side. And now 6 runs required, South Africa Over-50s.
Yeah, just 1 strike away for South Africa to clinch their second victory here against the Canada Over-50s. So, talking about the chasing, it has been always the case here. Most of these teams are chasing down scores. That had been a tactic now. Even the teams, even though the wicket looks dry, looks good for batting, most of these teams tend to bowl first and restrict down and go after the bowling by chasing any target. 225, 230 runs is always chaseable, 5 runs per over. Lightning outfields all around these grounds. And it's always now it's obvious that Sri Lanka will play Australia in the semi-finals, and the venue yet to be finalized. Still, we have not decided about the India-Pakistan game. India needs to win in 36 overs. They have to get 227 runs in the 36 overs. Currently, they are 130 for 2 in 23 overs. So they need another 97 runs in 13 overs. Quite gettable, because they are just 2 wickets down. It's quite gettable. So that ends the 37th over, 181 for 6.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Well, we were talking about some of these interesting facts about chasing and winning. And also, one cannot forget, these are players all over 50s. And now, the rigors of this tournament perhaps hurting some of these young men out there in the middle as well. They've been playing back-to-back cricket. Almost 53 matches have been played so far. And that perhaps is one of the reasons for some of them to find it very, very difficult to continue.
There's an appeal there for a caught behind. Jeff Charlesworth mentioning the ball was bounced off the ground. I'm surprised there. I'm surprised. Probably that's a wicket. There was no bounce off the ground. It was straight off the bat to the keeper.
It looks so, because there seemed to have been a deflection as well as the ball went past the outside edge of the bat. Well, umpire says it didn't happen that way. There was the bat didn't touch the ball, as we see some overthrows as well. And the South African over-50s, well, they will take it as it comes. So single has been converted into 2.
3 more runs, Ashley, now. So these two batters have added 49 runs now. The match-winning partnership. Tarrant and Bennett doing the finishing touches.
Well, I did mention that the South African over-50s bat deep. I watched their previous match, and they certainly, at one stage, being 80 for 6, they went on to post as much as 190 runs, with the number 8, number 9 also swinging the bat hard and scoring plenty of runs. So there we see. And what stage they were in all at sea, but they've come back very, very strongly. That looks very close as well. Wrapped on the pads, they played very tentatively on the front foot.
Yeah, there you go, another chance. I'll need to see the replay. Angling it in, straightening it up. Oh, probably missing. The leg stump. Yeah. 2 good comeback deliveries, but 3 more runs to get. There are 4 wickets in hand, plenty of deliveries. Tossed up delivery over the bowler's head. Is it a boundary? Is it the winning runs? Yes, it is. So South Africa winning here by 4 wickets. It was not an easy task. It was not an easy chase for South Africa. They were 34 for 6 at one stage. Rakesh picking up 3 crucial wickets. And at the end, these two batters have held their nerves. It's over the bowler's head. There was enough firepower for the ball to run down to the boundary for 4.
Well, yes, it was an evenly contested match. The scoreboard will perhaps not do justice. South Africa winning by 4 wickets, I beg your pardon. Chasing down 186. They've got to 187 with 4 wickets in hand. And they did it quite convincingly or quite comfortably, as one would read it off the scorecard later on. But when the play was on, the Canadians gave it everything that they had. They certainly stretched the South African over-50s, but South Africa getting over the line there with 4 wickets in hand.
Yeah, good comeback. Wayne Tarrant, 31 of 26 deliveries. And Russell Bennett, 23 of 25 deliveries. So these two batters have done a tremendous job when they were needed for a win. And they have delivered, Ashley. So 53 runs added to this partnership. This is the best partnership out of the innings. Earlier, for the first wickets, the openers added 51. But this is the match-winning partnership. These two batters have held their nerves. And
well, this is
crossing
what
the
this
line quite comprehensively.
Right.
At the end, it was a comprehensive wicket win for South Africa. Because when these two were batting, I didn't see anything harmful or any doubt about the winning target was chased, because they were batting so comfortably here.
Well, right. So that's the news here from the CCC Grounds. The South African scorecard, well, 40 for Emsley, and Smith got 14, 42 for Steyn. Well, he certainly batted well, used a long handle to good effect, 42 in 46 deliveries, 15 for Backer. And then there was that partnership, rollicking partnership of almost 50 runs from Bennett, who got 23. Tarrant being not out on 31 and getting over the line in 37.5 overs, chasing down the target of 186. They got to 187 for 6 in 37.5 overs.
Talking about the bowling, Rakesh Chauhan, because the bowlers picked up 3 wickets, but quite expensive with his bowling. If he would have had more wicket-taking deliveries and stopped those boundary balls, he's given away 58 runs in his almost 9 overs he has bowled out. But if he would have restricted 20 more runs in his spell, we would have seen a difference, Ashley. Apart from that, Kaiser picking up 2 wickets, bowled decently. kept it tight. Rajadure won. So that's it from the bowling attack. See the follow wickets. They were 134 for 6 at one stage. And these two batters seeing the game off for the South Africa Over-50s. So the highlights of the game. They had a good start. And batted brilliantly. Especially Emsley getting off to a good start for his 40 from the top order there. And good support there by Ian Smith as well. And that was the first wicket. Kaiser picking up the first wicket. So here and there they got boundaries as well. So in this initial stage they were going on well. That was the good catch there by Kingsley behind the stumps. It was the wicket of Emsley there. So there had been a lot of misfields as well. They were not disciplined in the field. And all in all, we saw a few good catches, few running good catches as well by Canada Over-50s. But all in all, South Africa did the damage for the bowlers pretty well there. Getting off the runs. So that is Dave Bucker hammering around the park. And here comes Rajat Chauhan to the attack. First ball was a 4. The next ball was a wicket-taking delivery. So he came into the game a little too late, I would say, when they were 110 for 4 then at one stage. If he would have come into the attack a little more earlier, when the team was 70 for 2 or something like that, you would have had more time to bowl at, more runs in the board. So that would have had a huge difference in this. That was the last wicket. There's a 6th wicket. Raj Chauhan. And then comes Tarot and Bennett hammering all around the park. They batted brilliantly. That was a 6 there. Eventually, they see them through this game quite comprehensively when they were. That was the winning runs there. And comprehensive victory at the end for the South Africa Over-50s.
So quick look at the match summary. Canada batting first, won the toss in the morning in 39.4 overs, didn't bat through their 45 overs, were all out for 185, with Talati making 69, a top score, Jude making 45, and Punch Baya making 12 of 21. Bowling for the South African Over-50s, 3 wickets for Smith, Russell picked up 3 for 26, the pick of the bowlers, and Steyn picking up 1 for 12. Well, South Africa came in chasing 186 to win. They got there 187 for 6 in just 37.5 overs, with Steyn hammering 42, and then Emsley being not out on 40, and Tharrett not out on 31 as well. And the pick of the bowlers for the Canadians, Rakesh picking up 3 for 58, a trifle expensive, but certainly did bowl very well, bowl his heart out, and Kesa picking up 2 for 21, and Brian Rajadure picking up 1 for 40. So the end result here at the CCC Grounds, this last of the league matches between Canada and South Africa. South Africa winning the match very, very convincingly by 4 wickets. And that's it from here today from the commentators box from the CCC Grounds at Maiden Crescent, as we hand you back over to the studio.